Hello there. Tonight we drift back to a time when the bed you're picturing isn't quite the bed you're imagining. You step across a stone threshold and feel the gritty floor beneath your bare feet. The air smells of smoke, hay, and cold iron. There's a bed in the corner, short, boxy, draped in heavy curtains, and someone's already in it. Not lying down, though. No, they're sitting upright, as if frozen mid-conversation, arms crossed over a wool blanket pulled up to the chin. A single candle flickers beside them. You're thinking, what happened here? Did they fall asleep mid-story? Did they get propped up like a ventriloquist dummy? But no, this is intentional. Welcome to sleeping like it's the 1300s. You pull your own scratchy blanket over your shoulders and settle in against the hard wooden headboard, not a pillow in sight. Your legs are bent, your spine is stiff, and you are definitely not horizontal. And now the real question kicks in, why? So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Tell me in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is. I love knowing who's out there in the dark with me. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. It begins with your body rebelling just a little. Every muscle whispers, lie down. But you don't. Because in the 1300s, lying flat was, well, kind of frowned upon. You're in a medieval village, or maybe a castle if you're lucky, and the idea of a deep, flat sleep feels both dangerous and weirdly decadent. Beds are different. Small, short, sometimes just a glorified box with rope netting. You scoot in and sit up, because it's just what you do. And that's already your first surprise. Historians still argue whether people did this out of necessity, fear, or some deep cultural logic we've just forgotten. But almost across the board, people in the 1300s didn't stretch out the way we do. Not for sleep. Not unless they wanted to make someone panic and yell, "Oh no, he's dead." You lean back slightly, not much, and pull the quilt higher. It's made of coarse wool, and it smells like sheep, smoke, and last month's stew. The bed itself is crammed into the corner of a cramped room with low ceilings. If you're a peasant, your mattress is stuffed with straw. If you're noble, maybe horsehair or down, still lumpy, still unpredictable. There's no privacy. Curtains might surround the bed, but you're probably sharing the room with your entire family. Or at least a cousin. Maybe a goat. Outside, the wind howls through shutters that don't quite close, and inside, shadows shift on the stone walls. You sit up because lying flat feels like an invitation to the unknown. Upright, you're ready. Alert. Kind of. And that brings us to another reason for this strange sleep position, fear. Night is dangerous. No police, no phones, no lights. You sleep sitting up because the idea of lying vulnerable in the dark is too risky. Everyone believed the night was full of threats, physical, spiritual, and medical. Remember, this is a time when people think the night air can kill you. That miasmas, those invisible waves of sickness, float in when the sun goes down. And you? You're not taking chances. You don't want to be caught flat and unconscious when the air turns deadly. You sit up, maybe with a kerchief over your mouth, breathing shallow like it's a defensive maneuver. Then there's the idea that lying flat looks too much like death. Eyes closed, body still, that's how corpses lie, not healthy people. That's how they lay you out when you're gone. If someone saw you sprawled out like that, they might go fetch the priest. So upright sleep became this peculiar mix of safety, symbolism, and sheer practicality. Of course, not everyone sat bolt upright like a statue. It wasn't a 90-degree angle. More like 45 degrees, propped up with bolsters, elbows bent, head tilted like a reluctant concertgoer trying to nap during intermission. And let's not forget how terrible the nights were. There's no insulation. Fires die fast. The mattress barely qualifies as padding. And if you sleep too deeply, you miss the moment when the embers need stoking. So you stay half awake, in a sort of medieval limbo between dozing and vigilance. You get used to it. Eventually, you shift your legs, tuck your arms tighter, and settle your head back against a sloping piece of wood that's only slightly more comfortable than a tree trunk. You find a rhythm, sleep a bit, wake up, poke the fire, sip a bit of mead, maybe pray. Then try again. There's a weird dignity in sitting up to sleep. Almost monastic. Like you're practicing some ancient rite of patience and endurance. And maybe that's part of it too. The church didn't want you too comfortable. Sleep was necessary, yes, but indulgence? That was for the sinful. So you doze with purpose. Upright, eyes soft, like a holy person in training for sainthood, or a tired peasant who just really doesn't want to get pneumonia from lying too close to the floor. One last flicker of the candle. Your breath slows. A draft tickles your ankles. And somewhere out there, an owl hoots. You're not lying down. Not yet. Not for a few hundred more years. You shift slightly in the stiff bed, the wooden edge pressing into your shoulder blades, and wonder how anyone ever fell asleep in something this unforgiving. But this isn't just a place to rest, it's a piece of architecture, a fortress against the cold and the night, and in the 1300s, a bed was anything but simple. Let's paint the scene. You're in a modest cottage, though honestly, it could be the chamber of a merchant or even a minor noble, and in front of you is a bed that looks more like a curtained theatre prop than a cozy retreat. For thick posts hold up a canopy, and from it hang layers of heavy drapery. The whole thing stands elevated on legs, a bit like a throne for sleeping. There's rope netting underneath, strung tightly in a crisscross pattern to support a mattress made of straw, feathers, or, if your luck's turned, horsehair. Beds of the black-cloaked age weren't designed for comfort first. They were designed for insulation, modesty, and shared use. That big curtain you keep pulling aside? That's not a stylish flair, it's how you keep out the cold, the light, the bugs, and your aunt's judging glances. You're not getting central heating in this century, so every scrap of warmth matters. Some families even set braziers of glowing coals beneath the bed to keep things toasty, though accidental fire was a known bonus hazard. You sleep upright and flammable. No pressure. Even the shape of the bed plays a role in posture. Most beds were short, like noticeably short. You sit down, try to stretch your legs, and immediately discover there's just not enough space. If you're tall, you're either curling up like a hedgehog or naturally forced into a semi-seated position. Either way, your options are perched or folded. Lying flat? Good luck unless you're 5 feet tall and double-jointed. The real shocker? Some of these short beds weren't made short due to construction limits, they were deliberately short. Why? Historians still argue whether it was symbolic, practical, or just that nobody expected to fully sprawl out. Some suggest shorter beds meant less space for cold air to collect under your feet. Others claim it kept things tidy in cramped rooms where space was at a premium. And, let's be honest, people weren't exactly towering in height back then, thanks to diet, illness, and general medieval nutrition standards. Of course, not all beds were created equal. If you were wealthy, nobility, maybe, you had a massive carved oak frame, filled with ornate details and religious motifs. Perhaps your initials were chiseled into the headboard, or your family crest embroidered into the curtains. Sleeping upright in that bed felt more like sitting on a throne than a bunk. But for the average person? Think rickety wood, hay-stuffed sacks, and maybe a thin fur throw if winter had been kind. You'd have shared the space with at least one other person, often more. Parents with children, servants with employers, even guests with hosts. In taverns, you'd sometimes rent half a bed. Literally. You pay for the left or the right. Romantic. And then there's the matter of furniture scarcity. Many homes had only one bed. That's right, the bed. Which means it was less a private retreat and more a communal sleep station. Some members of the household might curl on the hearth. Others rolled out sacks of straw. But the bed? That was prime real estate, and anyone lucky enough to claim a corner of it sat upright and didn't complain. You lean back again, trying to imagine sleeping with your mother, your cousin, and your neighbor all squeezed in beside you, upright like bundled baguettes. Someone coughs. Someone snores. Someone's foot is definitely in your blanket. And yet somehow, you manage. Lighting? A single candle, maybe two if you were fancy. That tiny flicker made the carved shapes around your bed dance in eerie ways. Not helpful for your pre-sleep jitters. Beds were often near altars or crosses to ward off whatever crept around in the dark. You sit up because it feels safer, closer to alertness. If something brushed your curtain, you could respond. If someone whispered from the shadows, you could listen. Horizontal just left you too, exposed. Oh, and let's not forget the sounds. Walls were thin or non-existent. You could hear your neighbor turn over, your goats rustling below, or the local drunkard vomiting outside the tavern. Life was loud. Sitting up in bed made you feel slightly more in control of the chaos. Quirky side note? In some wealthier households, beds were used for more than sleep. Guests were received while seated upright on the bed, as if it were a couch. Formal greetings. Conversations. Maybe a quick meal tray. So the bed wasn't just for sleep, it was a whole lifestyle platform. Welcome to my semi-horizontal life, you might say. Over time, the bed became an expression of personality, faith, and class. Some were built so high off the ground that you needed a little stool just to climb in. This height kept you away from rats and drafts, but also meant sleeping upright was more stable than risk tumbling off mid-dream. And let's be honest, in a bed with 3 other people and a family dog, stability counts. You pull the curtain shut again, sealing yourself into your little upright fortress. Outside the wind groans. The fire has faded to coals. The mattress sags, and you feel a straw poke your hip. But there's a strange comfort to the creak of the wooden frame, the scratch of wool on your skin, the way the bed holds you like a cradle, just slightly upright. That's how it was. That's how it worked. The bed wasn't just a place to collapse. It was a statement. A shared space. A perch. A barrier between you and a medieval world that never truly slept. You're still upright, arms crossed beneath the scratchy blanket, knees at an odd angle, and your bedmates, yes, you're sharing, are snoring gently beside you. One's got their head tilted back like a gargoyle, the other clutches the blanket as if it's a royal decree. This isn't just a personal sleep style. It's communal. It's cultural. It's the year 1300, and sleeping upright? That's just what everyone does. Whether you're a peasant hunched in a cottage loft or a merchant curled in a bustling city home, or even a noble sprawled across a raised canopy bed with velvet drapes, upright sleeping transcends class lines. Rich or poor, sleeping half-seated was as widespread as superstition, soup, and suspicious rashes. No one questions it. It's just how you do the night. But that doesn't mean the reasons were the same. If you're poor, and statistically, you probably are, you sleep upright because your bed is cramped, your roof leaks, and lying flat would put you closer to cold air or hungry rats. Your mattress might be a sack of hay you share with 3 siblings and a dog who has no concept of personal space. Upright means survival. You're conserving warmth, staying alert, and keeping some dignity in a world that takes most of it from you before dawn. Now, scoot over to the middle class, the merchant, the artisan, the city scribe. Your house has rooms, maybe even a second story. You have shutters that almost close and a bed with carved legs and proper curtains. But you still sleep propped up, partly because that's what your doctor told you, and partly because sitting upright shows refinement. Posture isn't just about comfort, it's about control. You sleep like a person who might wake at any moment to account for your books, attend a guild meeting, or yell at an apprentice. And then there's nobility, lucky you. You've got layers of bedding, feather pillows that are more symbolic than soft, and a carved headboard that probably cost more than a peasant earns in a year. Your bed looks like a wedding altar. You could technically lie down, but no. You sit up. Upright sleep signals decorum, divine alignment, and a very conscious distancing from the sin of sloth. Flat sleep? That's how animals rest. Or worse, the lazy. It's this strange democratic unifier, everyone's doing it, but for different reasons. The peasant needs it, the merchant respects it, and the noble flaunts it. And yet, historians still argue whether this upright habit was truly consistent across all social levels or more of a thing among the devout and the superstitious. Was it tradition? Was it religious? Was it just what people thought they were supposed to do? There are even paintings from the era that show sleepers stiff as boards, backs at steep angles, hands folded politely like they're posing for a funeral. But were those depictions accurate or just symbolic? Artistic license or cultural reality? Scholars can't quite agree, and you, seated in your bed like an exhausted gargoyle, are starting to suspect it was a little of both. What's clear is that upright sleeping was tied to a blend of beliefs, necessity, and decorum. Sitting upright meant you weren't fully surrendered to the night. You were watchful, conscious, ready. It also helped with the fact that most people didn't really sleep all the way through. Segmented sleep, 2 blocks of slumber separated by a few hours of midnight wakefulness, was the norm. You might doze until midnight, wake up for prayers, stoke the fire, tend to a child, whisper to your bedmate, or just sit and reflect. Then back to sleep until dawn. Upright posture made that whole schedule less disruptive. Easier to re-enter sleep. Easier to pretend you never truly left it. There's also the religious side. Monks, for example, slept upright in short bursts between divine obligations. For them, sleep was a necessity, not a pleasure. Slumping into comfort was considered indulgent. Better to sleep with one eye open and a prayer on your lips than risk oversleeping and missing your matins. Peasants may not have shared the monks' obligations, but they lived in a world so saturated by religious practice that upright sleep became a moral performance. Slouch too far into your bed and you might slouch your way into sin. And what if you died in your sleep? Better to meet the hereafter seated properly, hands folded like a good churchgoer, than flopped out sideways like a tavern drunk. The attitude toward the body was different back then. Today we think of sleep as recovery. In the 1300s, it was more of a risk. A vulnerability. You needed to be ready. Upright meant dignity. Readiness. Modesty. Even in death, people were posed upright in some portraits or tomb carvings. Reclining was fine for aristocratic sculptures, but for actual corpses? Upright burials weren't unheard of, at least symbolically. So if you're living with the awareness that your next sleep could be your last, maybe you want to go into it looking respectable. Just in case. And then there's the fringe theory. Let's toss in something odd for flavor. Some suggest that upright sleep may have helped stave off demons. Yes, demons. There was a belief that spirits and succubi preyed on the sleeping, especially those lying flat and unguarded. Sitting upright, especially with holy symbols nearby, might just make you less appealing to the forces of darkness. Are you skeptical? Good. That means you'd have died first in the 1300s. So here you are, upright, surrounded by others doing the same. Some snore, others mumble in their sleep. Someone sighs heavily and readjusts. You pull the blanket a little tighter around your chest, shift your weight, and feel a straw crunch under your thigh. You all share the night like this, poor and rich alike, propped up, half aware, and somehow comforted by the fact that no one is lying flat. There's community in that. A strange, stiff-backed community. But community, nonetheless. Your body's not quite sure what to do. You've been upright long enough that your back's starting to hum, your neck's doing this weird forward crane, and you're drifting, not exactly asleep, not exactly awake. This strange in-between state feels oddly familiar, like when you nap on a train or zone out during a boring lecture. And surprise, that fuzzy, shallow, half-sleep? That's exactly what passed for normal rest in the 1300s. It's called segmented sleep, and it's not just a medieval quirk, it was the way people slept for centuries. Here's how it worked: you'd fall asleep soon after sunset, not long after the fire was banked and the last stew crust was scraped from the pot. You doze in your upright posture for maybe 4 hours. This is called first sleep. But then, right around midnight, your eyes flutter open. You're not startled. You're not groggy. You just wake up. And that's perfectly normal. In this sleepy intermission, sometimes called the watch, you might get up and stir the fire, check on the animals, whisper secrets to your bedmate, or kneel beside the bed for some late-night prayers. If you were particularly ambitious, you might write in your journal by candlelight. Or spin wool. Or visit your neighbor. Yes, really, midnight social calls weren't unheard of. Then, after an hour or two of gentle wakefulness, you'd crawl, or more likely, scoot, back into bed for second sleep. Another round of upright dozing that carried you into morning, or whenever the rooster made its first irritating announcement. It's not insomnia. It's not a bad night. It's just how sleep worked. Historians still argue whether this pattern evolved because of early bedtimes and long winter nights, or whether human biology naturally leans toward sleeping in 2 chunks. Some sleep researchers even suggest our bodies prefer this broken rhythm. So that moment when you wake at 2:43 a.m. and panic because you're not getting 8 hours, that might be your inner 1300s peasant saying, "Time for prayers and stew." And it fits perfectly with the upright sleep posture. You're not buried under a mountain of memory foam. You're perched, semi-alert, ready to wake without that clumsy full-body roll. Sitting up made that transition, wake, rise, reflect, feel smooth and intentional. It was like having a built-in snooze function before clocks existed. Oh, and let's not forget the truly quirky part of all this. People would sometimes use this midnight window for, let's say, romantic activities. The phrase "a first sleep" shows up in some texts as the ideal time to approach your partner. You'd both be warm, relaxed, and slightly dreamy. No modern distractions. No TikTok. Just a candle, a thick wool blanket, and a vague awareness that the chickens won't crow for at least 3 more hours. There's even a theory that nighttime was when people felt the most private, the most themselves. Your village was quiet, your house was still, and your responsibilities were temporarily paused. Upright or not, it was one of the few moments of peace in a life that otherwise demanded constant motion, noise, and hard labor. During this interlude, dreams were discussed. 2. People believed that visions in their first sleep were less meaningful, more scattered. But dreams during second sleep? That's when the good stuff showed up. Prophetic dreams. Divine warnings. Messages from relatives who'd long since traded upright sleeping for permanent lying down. You shuffle your blanket and think about how it must have felt, night after night, to wake into that silence and feel it wasn't strange. Not broken. Just normal. And let's be real, medieval life was exhausting. Days began early and ended late. Most people worked physically demanding jobs, walked long distances, and spent much of the day outdoors, exposed to the elements. So when you fell asleep, you fell hard. But your body, still a bit wary from centuries of wolves, wars, and weather, didn't want to surrender for 8 hours straight. Sitting up helped you maintain that halfway state, safe but rested. Wary but warm. It also helped manage the bed situation. Remember, you're sharing. Maybe with family. Maybe with strangers. And if someone needed to get up in the middle of the night, chamber pot, crying baby, mysterious animal noises, they didn't have to dislodge 10 layers of horizontal humanity. You just scooted forward a bit, whispered an apology, and tiptoed out. Sleep, then, wasn't a solid black block. It was a soft rhythm. A cycle with room for interruption. Today we think of those wake-ups as problems, something to be solved with sleep masks, white noise machines, and herbal teas. But in the 1300s? It was part of the script. Let's not romanticize it too much, though. You're still cold. Your back still hurts. And that straw mattress smells suspiciously like mildew. You're doing the medieval version of what we now call polyphasic sleep, except without the benefit of coffee, blackout curtains, or orthopedic pillows. You're upright, wrapped in wool, and slightly annoyed that someone just farted beside you. That's real life. But in the quiet between first and second sleep, there's a rare kind of stillness. A moment where the world seems paused. The hearth glows low. The air smells faintly of wood smoke and tallow. Outside, an owl hoots once and then falls silent again. You sit, not quite awake, not quite asleep. And you realize, this liminal state, this half-sleep, was as much a part of medieval life as bread, plows, and plagues. So you sit and wait and breathe slowly until that second wave of sleep crests and carries you gently down again. You're trying to breathe slowly, carefully, but something about the night air feels off. There's a tickle at the back of your throat, a vague chill sliding in under the door, and suddenly you remember, the air itself might kill you. Yes, welcome to one of medieval Europe's finest bedtime theories. Night air is dangerous. Like, lethally dangerous. The kind of dangerous that doesn't just give you the sniffles, it invites in fevers, plagues, and maybe even demons, depending on whom you ask. You sit up straighter, your back grumbling against the bedboard. That's the point, really. You're sitting up to avoid breathing in the miasma, those invisible, floating clouds of foul, diseased air that supposedly slither through towns once the sun goes down. Historians still argue whether this belief was based entirely on fear or if people were noticing patterns. After all, more sickness did happen at night in damp, crowded rooms. But without germ theory, people did their best with what they had. And what they had was superstition served with a sprinkle of observation and a whole lot of herbs. Let's take a moment to enjoy the full absurdity of it. You've just spent 12 hours in a muddy field. You've eaten stale bread with mystery meat. You've washed your face in a bucket that previously bathed your cousin's feet. But the real threat to your health? Breathing while horizontal at night. So you sleep sitting up. It's not just for posture, it's survival. By elevating your head, you avoid inhaling the heavy, disease-filled air that supposedly settles near the ground while you sleep. Think of it as the medieval version of not sitting near the air vent in a sketchy airplane. You glance around the room. Just in case the air gets any ideas, your host has hung herbs and flowers near the windows, a lavender, rosemary, and a local weed that smells like regret. These weren't just to keep the room fresh. They were believed to purify the air. Some people even lit bundles of dried sage or carried pomanders, little metal balls stuffed with scented materials, to sniff when the air got suspicious. If you had money, your bed curtains were sewn with aromatic sachets, so you'd fall asleep in a cocoon of preventive perfume. A medieval Febreze, if you will. For the poor? You might stuff rags under the door, burn a bit of dried dung, seriously, or just sit up and pray. Better to smell like scorched sheep than breathe in whatever pestilence was rolling through the village tonight. And honestly, it's hard to blame them. Nighttime was when illness spread. Fires went out. Damp settled in. Close quarters meant someone's cough became everyone's cough by morning. With bodies sleeping so close together, sitting up or not, one sneeze could take out half a household. And then, well, bring out your dead. Some of the worst plagues and diseases were believed to arrive on the night wind. The Black Death? People thought it came on the breeze, carried through cities and villages like an invisible scythe. You could bolt your doors and draw your curtains, but that breath of poison would still slither in, curling up by your bedside as you dozed. So you never lay flat. Sitting up made you feel proactive, like you were dodging something. One fringe theory even claimed that lying down opens the body's gates to bad air. Picture that for a moment. You're lying flat, mouth open, heart exposed to the sky, and in comes the bad air, pouring in like ghostly soup into every vulnerable orifice. Better to stay propped up, limbs tucked in, lips pursed. No thank you, miasma. Try the neighbor's house. And then there were the masks. Yes, even then. During plague years, some desperate souls slept with fabric masks tied around their faces, stuffed with herbs and vinegar-soaked cloth. The belief? You could filter the air through something cleaner than whatever was floating in your room. Sound familiar? Of course, none of this actually helped. Well, maybe the elevation a tiny bit. In cases of respiratory infection, sitting up can assist breathing. But for the most part, these were desperate measures in a world without antiseptics or antibiotics. Still, perception is powerful. You sleep better sitting up because your neighbor told you it's how their cousin avoided the fever. Or because your grandmother insisted her upright posture kept the spirits out. Or because last week, someone who lay flat didn't wake up. Superstition wrapped in storytelling becomes community wisdom. And then there's the religious angle, of course there is. Many believed that sickness was divine punishment. If your soul was impure, you'd be more susceptible to the corruption of the night. But if you sat up, if you remained modest and disciplined even in sleep, God might spare you. Bonus points if you clutched a rosary while dozing. So yes, you're upright. Because the air is watching. Because something might drift in with the fog. Because there's no NyQuil, no windows that seal, and no germ theory yet. Just you, your ragged curtain, and the creeping sense that horizontal sleep is practically begging for trouble. You adjust your blanket. Your bed creaks. Somewhere outside, a dog howls once, then falls silent. The wind picks up, just enough to rattle the shutters. You tighten your posture, breathing through your nose, shallow, just in case. After all, the night air's got teeth. You wake with a start, well, more of a startled blink. Your back is stiff, your knees ache, and someone in the room just coughed. Not a little polite lahum, either. A deep, chest rattling, medieval horror of a cough. It echoes in the wooden beams and makes you instinctively sit up straighter. Which is convenient, because that's exactly where you already are, upright, bundled, slightly miserable, and hoping that cough wasn't the beginning of something. In the 1300s, sickness wasn't just a fear, it was a near certainty. Colds, flus, fevers, and more exotic illnesses with symptoms no one really understood were part of life's regular programming. And so came one of the strongest beliefs behind upright sleep, that it helped you breathe. Imagine you're a medieval physician, which, to be clear, means you've got about 5 tools and 2 of them are leeches. You believe the human body is governed by humors, blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. These things slosh around inside you, hopefully in balance. If not, well, something terrible's going to happen, probably involving a bowl. Now, when someone comes in with chest congestion, fever, or just too much moisture of the lungs, your expert opinion is, sit up in bed. It was the go-to medical advice. Upright sleep was said to prevent the lungs from drowning in phlegm, which is a poetic and disgusting way to describe pneumonia. Even for folks without illness, the fear of waking up unable to breathe was real. Parents would prop up children when they coughed, and elderly people slept nearly vertical to keep the breath flowing. No one wanted to lie down and feel that pressure rise in their chest. You might not understand alveoli or oxygen exchange, but you could feel that sitting up made things slightly better. And here's where it gets interesting, it sometimes actually helped. Mild cases of bronchitis or even congestive heart failure symptoms feel worse when lying flat. Elevating the chest relieves pressure on the lungs and helps with drainage. So while medieval doctors didn't know why it worked, they clung to the results and passed that advice down like gospel. You turn slightly in bed and notice an elderly man across the room propped up with what looks like 5 different bolsters. He wheezes, but he's upright, eyes open, hands clutched over his blanket. A pot of steaming herbs sits beside him, rosemary and thyme drifting through the room like ghostly soup. The woman next to him is clearly healthy but mimicking the same pose. Just in case. No one wants to take chances. Of course, the logic behind upright sleep got a little creative. One theory claimed that lying flat caused the vapors of the stomach to rise and cloud the brain, which could lead to confusion, melancholy, or even death in your sleep. Another said that lying flat allowed humors to flood the head, making your eyes swell and your thoughts turn sinful. Which, honestly, sounds like someone projecting their dreams of dancing goats and cheese feasts onto poor old phlegm. Historians still debate whether this belief came directly from medicine or from a mess of superstition, folk knowledge, and trial by wheezing. But either way, by the 1300s, upright sleep was the gold standard for keeping your lungs unclogged. Whether you were recovering from illness or just trying to avoid the next one, posture was medicine. And then there were positioning tools. Some households had adjustable bed frames, usually involving ropes or slats, that could be angled for better elevation. Wealthier folks might have night chairs, something between a throne and a recliner, cushioned, tilted, and surrounded by textiles to create a sleeping station that looked more like a confessional booth than a bed. Poorer people made do with bolsters stuffed with hay or bundled rags. It wasn't comfortable, but it worked. One fringe solution? Hanging beds suspended by ropes from the ceiling, gently tilted so you naturally slumped toward an upright angle. They swayed slightly when you moved. Romantic? Maybe. Dizzying? Definitely. And let's not forget the traveling sick. If you were ill and on the move, you might be propped up in a cart bed, a wooden gurney of sorts, padded, poorly, and angled to keep your head high and lungs open. Some churches even kept upright sleeping pews for the elderly or infirm to nap during long vigils. Imagine dozing during midnight mass, bolt upright, trying not to snore while angels are being sung about. But there was more than just physiology at play here. Dignity mattered, too. Being able to sit upright while sick at eyes forward, mouth closed, meant you still had strength, discipline, virtue. Lying flat was associated with helplessness, death, defeat. In a world where illness could sneak in and carry you away in days, every breath taken upright felt like a tiny defiance. So now, here you are. Upright, chilly, slightly cranky. But you're breathing. Your throat feels dry, and your nose whistles when you exhale. It's uncomfortable, but it's safe. Or at least, safer. You wrap the blanket tighter around your shoulders. The fire's gone out, and the room is cold, but you can hear your breath. Steady. Alive. You adjust your posture just a little, like someone who's read all the physician's notes and takes them seriously. Because who knows? Maybe if you stay upright, you'll wake up stronger. Or at least not coughing like that guy in the corner. There's a kind of comfort in that thought. Upright sleep wasn't restful, but it was reassuring. You weren't surrendering. You were fighting, gently, silently, for one more healthy morning. You're sitting there in your stiff bed, eyes barely open, when your stomach makes a sound that can only be described as medieval. A deep, echoing growl that cuts through the silence like a knight's sword through butter. You look around. The fire's out. The moon's up. Someone two bodies over mutters in their sleep. And you realize it's snack time. Yes, you've just woken up from first sleep, and like many people in the 1300s, you're hungry. Welcome to one of the weirder details of the medieval night. Midnight snacks were totally a thing, even if nobody called them that. See, in a world before artificial light, bedtime came early. As soon as the sun dipped and the chores were wrapped, you'd eat your main meal, something heavy like pottage, stale bread, maybe a slab of boiled meat if it was a good day, and crawl into bed not long after. But if your body woke you up around midnight, which it often did, well, you might need a little something to get through the rest of the dark. People didn't make a big event out of it. It wasn't tea and biscuits with a flickering candle. It was more like, I'm going to chew this cold onion and not wake the baby. The food wasn't fancy, leftovers, preserved fruit, a hunk of hard cheese, or a bit of porridge scooped from the hearth's edge. Sometimes it was just ale, or warm milk steeped with herbs. Sometimes it was just the idea of food. You'd sniff a crust, maybe gnaw a bit, then drift back off. It wasn't just hunger, though. The night was full of interruptions. The idea that medieval sleep was a straight 8-hour block. Total myth. Life in the 1300s was loud, smelly, and chaotic, even in the dark. If it wasn't your stomach that woke you, it was something else. A crying child. A drafty window swinging open. A pig grunting in the next room. And always, someone snoring. You're sitting upright in a bed you share with 2 other people, maybe 3. One of them shifts in their sleep and whacks you in the knee. Another mumbles something about apples. The blanket slips off. You readjust. You're up now. Might as well tend the fire, check your bladder, or nibble a turnip. Historians still argue whether people liked these nighttime wake-ups or just tolerated them. Some suggest that it was seen as a useful time for reflection or private prayer. Others believe people leaned into it, a sacred pause in an otherwise unrelenting day. There's a peculiar calm to this middle-of-the-night moment. The fire glows faintly. Your breath clouds in the cold air. You chew slowly, quietly. The world outside is silent but alive, rustling thatched roofs, the occasional hoot or bark, the creak of shifting timbers. And you're not alone in this. A study of medieval texts shows references to this watch time as a distinct, almost expected part of the night. Some people wrote letters. Others gossiped. There's a record of monks using the time for lectio divina, slow, whispered readings of scripture by candlelight. Imagine trying to whisper the Book of Psalms while your cousin farts beside you. In wealthier households, nighttime wake-ups might include small services or household duties. A maid checks on embers. A steward jots down notes for the morning. A noblewoman rubs salve on her feet, muttering about cold floors and poor insulation. In poorer homes? Maybe it's a quick snack. Maybe a whispered chat with a spouse. Maybe, if the bladder's had enough warm ale, a trip outside with a chamber pot that no one really wants to empty. And let's not skip the spiritual side. This wakeful period, this quiet between sleeps, was thought to be a moment when the boundary between worlds was thinner. You were closer to your dreams, to the divine, and yes, to the dead. It's the hour when saints whispered, when demons prowled, and when dreams could be remembered with eerie clarity. Many believed that dreams just before second sleep were messages, some divine, some deeply personal. So waking in the middle of the night wasn't an interruption. It was a conversation starter with the cosmos. You blink at the dying embers, shifting slightly to relieve the pressure on your hips. The bed creaks. Someone too over lets out a quiet moan, dream or discomfort, who knows? You chew the last bite of crust and tuck it back into the cloth by the bed. Even medieval medical texts mention this nighttime wakefulness. They recommend soft snacks, warmed milk, mashed barley, gentle herbs like chamomile or sage. Anything too rich or spicy might disturb the humors and leave you with wild dreams or night sweats of devilish origin. Which sounds pretty metal, honestly. Now here comes the truly fringe part. Some believe that if you stayed awake too long between first and second sleep, your soul might wander. That your spirit, untethered from deep sleep, might drift and get confused. So people tried not to think too hard during this period. Better to whisper a prayer, eat something bland, and slide gently back into slumber before your soul started asking for directions. Eventually, you lie back, or lean back more, anyway. You tug the blanket up to your chin, feeling your stomach settle. The room is quiet again. Maybe a little too quiet. Then a sudden, sharp snore erupts from the foot of the bed. You sigh, adjust, and wait for that second wave of sleep to carry you off again. Because you know it will. This is just what nights look like in the 1300s. Sleep, wake, snack, reflect, repeat. Nothing was linear. Not dreams. Not rest. Not even the passage of time. You lived in pieces, even in the dark. And somehow, that feels just right. The room is quiet again, but your heart isn't. It's doing that thing, thumping a little harder than usual, maybe faster too. You press a hand to your chest, feel the rhythm, and wonder if it's normal. And then, with a rush of memory, you remember something you overheard in the village once: don't sleep flat or your heart might burst. Excuse me? Yes. In the 1300s, there was a popular, and frankly dramatic, belief that lying flat while sleeping could cause blood to rush dangerously to your head or chest, overwhelming the body's delicate balance and leading to anything from seizures to sudden death. It's part superstition, part pseudoscience, and part desperate attempt to explain mysterious deaths in the night. Here's how the logic went. Your body, like all good medieval machinery, was full of moving parts and fluids, especially humors, those for delightful substances that were believed to regulate your health. Blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. Like a temperamental stew, these had to be kept in balance. And if you laid down completely flat? Oh no. All the blood might shift upward, pooling in the brain or suffocating the lungs. Apoplexy was the feared outcome, what we might now call a stroke, seizure, or sudden cardiac event. But to them, it meant one thing: you lay too low, and your body couldn't handle it. So what do? You sleep propped up, not just for comfort, not just for dignity, but because it's the difference between waking up and, well, not. Of course, historians still argue whether this fear was driven more by folk belief or actual health events. People did die in their sleep sometimes, and without a concept of heart disease or aneurysms, they blamed posture. A local elder who passed peacefully in the night? She should have been sleeping upright. A child who didn't wake up? Too much lying flat. It became cause and effect, even if the cause was pure coincidence. Let's add some fringe fun. Certain physicians believed the heart was a sacred fire, one that could be snuffed out if not kept upright and elevated. They even compared it to an altar flame, something to be kept safe, clear, and open. You don't lie flat on an altar. You don't lie flat in bed, either. Another theory from the time claimed that air couldn't circulate properly in a horizontal body. People believed air needed to move freely through your chest, like wind through a chimney. Lie flat, and the air gets trapped. No airflow equals no breath equals bad news. And don't get medieval folks started on the idea of blood rushing to the head. There was a deeply held fear that the brain, considered both sensitive and suspicious, could be flooded if you slept wrong. Too much blood? Madness. Headaches. Night terrors. Or even wet dreams summoned by demons, which, for the record, medieval doctors really went off about. And that's not even the weirdest part. Some writers claimed upright sleep protected your soul. When lying flat, they argued, your soul sank too deep into the body, becoming trapped, heavy, sluggish. But if you stayed semi-elevated, the soul remained alert, like a watchman on duty, peeking over the edge of the body, ready to flee in case of anything. Death, dreams, a bat in the rafters. You name it. You look around the room and start to notice it, everyone is upright. The old man across from you is practically sitting like he's about to host court. A child in the corner leans against a padded roll. Even the woman sleeping in what looks like the most comfortable bed you've ever seen has her upper body propped up on a carved wedge of oak and embroidered linen. No one's flat. Not all the way. Not even close. In fact, some medieval bed designs even forced this upright posture. The bed slope tilted gently toward the foot, preventing full recline unless you slid dangerously down. You weren't supposed to lie flat. You were supposed to perch, elevated like a saint, eyes closed but body ready. Now, did this actually help anyone's heart? Well, possibly. For certain conditions, think congestive heart failure, asthma, sleep apnea, sleeping elevated can reduce strain, improve breathing, and lower risk. Even today, doctors recommend propped sleeping for some patients. The medieval world, lacking stethoscopes and EKGs, stumbled into a few truths simply by watching what helped people survive the night. Still, the obsession with upright sleep wasn't just about health, it was about control. The body in motion, the heart in rhythm, the soul unencumbered. You didn't submit to sleep. You managed it, like a captain steering through fog. But in truth, the fear of death lingered. No one wanted to lie down and drift into a sleep that looked too much like dying. Upright sleep became a visual comfort to others. Look, they're fine, just resting. That small vertical tilt meant everything. Even in religious art, saints and holy figures are often shown reclining at an angle when they die, not sprawled flat. That pose became a kind of signature, resting in peace but not too much peace, thank you. It was symbolic, yes, but also medical. Also cultural. and deeply, deeply human. You lean back a little, just a bit, testing the edge of that fear. But the bed's design catches you. The wooden backboard is too firm. The straw shifts beneath you. Your body remembers the rule: stay lifted. Stay safe. Your heartbeat slows. It's not racing anymore. But you're still upright. Just in case. The fire's down to a whisper, just glowing embers now, and your room has taken on that hush, like the world itself is holding its breath. You shift slightly in your upright cocoon of wool and straw, but something catches your eye. The bed. The way it's angled. It's strange. Not just short. Not just boxy. But positioned in a way that feels a little too purposeful. The head faces east. Your feet point west. And then it hits you, your bed is aligned like a grave. Yup. You're not imagining it. In the 1300s, there was a very real belief in aligning one's sleeping position with sacred orientation, especially with the east-west axis, the same way Christians were buried. The idea was rooted in resurrection, just as the dead would rise facing the east, toward Jerusalem, toward the rising sun, toward Christ. The living should rest the same way. Sleeping like the dead, so that when the time came, you were already halfway prepared. No pressure. Of course, it gets even weirder. Historians still argue whether this was universal practice or more of a monastic, noble, or regional habit. Some beds, especially in religious households, were built facing east deliberately. The symbolism was unavoidable, sleeping like you're ready to meet God. And it makes sense, sort of. In a world where death came unannounced and often, people made bedtime a kind of spiritual rehearsal. You'd say your prayers. Cleanse your body, or at least wipe the mud off your toes. Sit upright. Fold your hands. Face east. You know, just in case you didn't wake up. But the symbolic layering didn't stop at bed alignment. The posture mattered too. Upright sleeping made you resemble a watchful corpse, a person prepared, dignified, calm. Not sprawled in sin, not clinging to comfort. Just ready. Think of it as the medieval version of checking your hair before bed so you don't die looking weird. There's even evidence in 14th century household manuals advising that a bed be placed not toward the door but toward the rising sun, that the sleeper might greet light and not shade. A poetic way of saying, don't wake up facing the privy. Or worse, the unknown. But here's the thing, death wasn't something distant or abstract back then. It lived with you. It was baked into daily life like rye into your bread. Plague, famine, childbirth, war, any of them could sweep you away. So instead of avoiding the thought, medieval people planned around it. Beds weren't just for sleep, they were pre-coffins. In some ways, they were coffins. Narrow, enclosed, curtained. You're sealed in with your thoughts and your hopes and maybe some protective garlic above the headboard. No vampires, thank you. And when someone died, they were often laid out in their own bed for family viewing. Upright, if possible. Seated even, if rigor mortis allowed it. Some noble deaths were even painted or recorded that way. The deceased presented like they'd simply fallen asleep with a particularly serious thought on their mind. This whole east-facing, upright ritual wasn't just spiritual insurance, it was social messaging. If your bed was aligned properly, it meant your soul was, too. Upright posture? You were pious, prepared. Slumped sideways with feet tangled in the blanket? That's purgatory vibes, friend. Even in monasteries, monks were told to lie as the dead but live as the watchful, sleeping lightly, upright, with their bodies angled toward spiritual rebirth. Some abbeys even had diagrams of proper bed placement. The dead got stone markers. The living got straw and a suggestion: face east, sleep tall, hope for mercy. And of course, there were always the skeptics. Some households, especially in rural areas, didn't care a fig about bed alignment. They slept wherever there was space, next to the fire, near the door, crammed under stairs. The idea of choosing a bed angle felt laughable when your roof leaked and your children were nibbling your elbows. But even then, some gesture toward order crept in. A cross above the bed. A curtain drawn in the Lord's direction. A candle lit before sleep, not to read, but to ward off what crept in from the west. Because while the east symbolized life, the west often meant death. The sun setting, after all, was a metaphor for the end. So facing west while sleeping? Some thought it invited misfortune. If your feet pointed west, you were halfway to being carried out of that room permanently. And let's not forget the graveyard connection. Churches buried their dead with heads to the west, feet to the east, so they'd rise facing Christ at the resurrection. If you slept the same way, maybe you'd rise spiritually refreshed every morning, or just wake up slightly more aligned with the divine. You shift again. The straw creaks under you. You glance at the small window where the first suggestion of dawn is trying to nudge through. Maybe the alignment isn't just about the end. Maybe it's about beginnings. Sleeping upright, facing east, was a declaration of hope. That you'd wake. That you'd rise. That light would come again. Your bed is small. The mattress is lumpy. But tonight, it's more than furniture. It's a compass. A cradle. A quiet agreement between you, your body, and something older than time. You sit still. Breathe slowly. And let the darkness finish folding around you like a curtain drawn by careful hands. You shift your legs again, trying to stretch out, just a little, and smack your toes straight into the footboard. A dull thud. No give. You grunt softly, and your bedmate stirs, murmurs something about watch the turnips, then goes quiet again. Your legs are bent. Always bent. Not because you're trying to curl up like a happy cat, but because you can't stretch out if you tried. And now you realize the uncomfortable truth: medieval beds were small. Like, weirdly small. Short. Narrow. Cramped. Designed more for sitting in than sprawling out. You stare down at your own legs, folded like you're practicing some kind of bedtime origami, and wonder how people ever got any rest in these things. You'd think, given the effort put into carvings, curtains, and ceremonial positioning, beds would have been big and luxurious. But no. Even in noble homes, castles, manor houses, rooms with actual fireplaces, the beds are disappointingly compact. You, a modern-sized human, wouldn't fit unless you curled up like a hedgehog trying to survive winter. And that's not just a perspective issue. We have surviving beds from the era, and most are around 4.5 to 5.5 feet long. Yes, some outliers were longer, but they're rare. Most people, even the well-off, slept in what essentially amounts to a glorified cradle with architectural flair. Historians still argue whether this was because people were shorter back then. It's a popular theory, and to be fair, the average medieval person was a few inches shorter than today's average height, thanks to malnutrition, disease, and general peasant-level stress. But even taking that into account, the beds are too short. Even for them. So why? Why design a piece of furniture that guarantees your knees will be knocking against your chin by midnight? The prevailing theory: they weren't meant to be used fully horizontal. These beds weren't for sprawling, they were for reclining, semi-seated, always halfway upright. The small size wasn't a flaw, or it was the point. It kept your body in a folded, elevated position. Efficient. practical, maybe even spiritual, certainly cramped. And it wasn't just length. The width could be shockingly stingy too. You and your partner, or child, or traveling priest, or cousin you didn't invite but showed up anyway, would squeeze into a bed that barely gave you room to turn your head. Beds were shared. Often. The idea of a private bed, much less a private bedroom, was rare. If you were lucky, your family had one bed, and you rotated through it like a cozy shift schedule, which made the upright posture all the more useful. You slept like stacked scrolls, each body curled against the next, everyone angled upright, no one with enough space to lie flat without becoming someone else's mattress. And sure, nobility had more elaborate setups. But even then, the bed size often remained comically small. It's like no one in the 1300s expected to truly sleep. Just nap. Lightly. Suspiciously. With one hand on your dagger and one eye half open. You glance down again at your own frame, knees folded under a too-short blanket, and realize there was no concept of comfort-first furniture. Beds were tools. Multi-use spaces. You sat in them during the day. Entertained guests from them. Did embroidery or wrote letters from them. In some homes, especially in winter, the bed became your personal living room. It needed to be firm, upright, and supportive. Like a church pew with better drapes. And because privacy wasn't really a thing, people didn't expect to stretch out, roll over, or dramatically hog the covers. You were curled in a space shared with someone else's breath, warmth, and maybe even livestock, not because it was charming, but because it was necessary. Let's not ignore the bed construction itself. Medieval bed frames were often made of thick, hand-hewn wood, oak if you were rich, pine or elm if you weren't. The mattress sat on ropes or slats. Those ropes stretched and sagged over time, so they had to be tightened regularly, thus the origin of the phrase, sleep tight. Literally, your sleep depended on knots not giving out mid-dream. The mattress? Probably filled with straw, rushes, feathers, or hair, sometimes a mix. Whatever was cheap, dry, and wouldn't attract too many bugs. These mattresses didn't lie flat. They bulged, sloped, and shifted depending on use. And a sloped mattress in a short bed naturally forces you upright. The pillow, if there was one, was more of a status symbol than an ergonomic tool. Hard, sometimes wooden. Pillows didn't cradle your head, they reminded you that you were lucky to have a head to cradle. It's no wonder people sat up. It was the only way to make the bed work. But here's a weird little cultural tidbit for you. In some places, short beds were considered fashionable. Just like tiny teacups or impractical shoes, small beds showed you weren't concerned with function. You were refined, decorative, aesthetically elevated. The bed wasn't for sprawling, it was for looking good while sleeping poorly. Like the 1300s version of a minimalist Instagram bedroom. Some households even elevated the footboard deliberately, so you couldn't slide down. The result? A natural recline, upper body raised, legs folded. It was the sleep pose, approved by monks, mothers, and medieval chiropractors, well, the ones who treated you with hot tongs and goat fat. You sit there, once again trying to stretch, and laugh quietly to yourself. This bed wasn't made for comfort. It was made for symbolism, survival, and staying seated enough that your soul didn't sneak out in the night. Even now, you feel the bed pushing back gently. Not cruelly. Just a soft reminder that you're meant to remain folded. Upright. Alert. Ready to rise. Or rise again, if things take a turn. So you tuck your knees in tighter. Nestle your shoulders against the hard slant of the backrest. and let the weird, wise geometry of the 1300s bed cradle you like a piece of furniture that never meant to let you go fully horizontal. There's a snuffling sound in the dark, soft, wet, unmistakably human, followed by a sleepy grunt and the rustle of a blanket being yanked just slightly off your shoulder. You don't panic. You don't even open your eyes. Because you know exactly what's happening. Someone is shifting in the bed. Of course they are. There are 3 of you in it. Welcome to the charmingly overcrowded world of medieval sleep, where bed sharing wasn't just common, it was almost unavoidable. If you're lucky, you're packed in with family. If you're less lucky, it's travelers, servants, or random paying guests from the tavern below. And if you're a child, well, you're probably sandwiched between 2 snoring adults like a wool-wrapped bookmark. Sleeping with others wasn't just a choice. It was survival. Let's set the scene. The room is cold. There's no insulation. The fire barely makes it to morning. If you sleep alone in a bed in the 1300s, it's either because you're the queen, or because something's gone terribly wrong and no one wants to catch what you've got. Bodies, breathing and sweating together, made a kind of crude central heating system. You press in close, and the heat accumulates, like a woolly pile of medieval bricks. Sleeping upright made this logistically possible. Lying flat would mean someone's feet in someone else's face. Upright? You can layer vertically, like books on a shelf or overly polite sardines. It was warmer, quieter, and less awkward, mostly. But yes, it was still awkward. Because you're touching people. Constantly. Shoulders. Arms. Sometimes legs. You've got elbows in ribs, someone's head on your shoulder, and a very real chance of a stranger's breath against your cheek. There's a reason people went to bed fully clothed. It wasn't just the cold, it was modesty, propriety, and prevention. Historians still argue whether these sleeping arrangements blurred social boundaries or reinforced them. A noble might share a bed with another noble while traveling, but rarely with a servant. A merchant's apprentice might sleep beside his master, but feet to face, to show deference. Even in bed, the hierarchy held. And there was etiquette. You didn't speak unless spoken to. You didn't hog the blanket. You definitely didn't roll over without warning. And snoring? Well, snoring was a necessary evil. A loud, nasal lullaby from the body that reminded everyone, hey, I'm not dead yet. In noble households, things got more elaborate. Servants were often expected to sleep just outside the master's bed curtains, or even inside them, on footstools or rolled blankets, to be ready at a moment's notice. Some slept at the foot of the bed, curled like watchdogs in livery. Others tucked in sideways. The upright sleeping position made this less chaotic. You weren't sprawling, you were sitting. And sitting meant stacking. There's a wonderfully weird term from later centuries, bedfellows. Today, it has implications. Back then, it was just a fact of life. Soldiers, travelers, monks, students, all shared beds. You didn't have to like the person. You just had to not elbow them too hard during second sleep. And if you were married? Well, lucky you. Bed sharing was both functional and intimate. Couples slept upright, shoulder to shoulder, sometimes with a child between them, sometimes holding hands or murmuring quietly during the watch, that wakeful period between sleep cycles. These were rare moments of connection. No social visits. No chores. Just breathing together in the dark, with cold noses and warm shoulders. Of course, it wasn't always so tender. Sometimes, sleeping in a crowded bed meant enduring arguments, flatulence, or someone's uncontrollable night sweats. If someone was sick, especially with the plague, it meant that you were probably next. There are records of people burning beds after outbreaks and of bedding being quarantined alongside the infected. But on regular nights, you made do. Beds had their own geometry. One person at each side, the lightest sleeper in the middle, to catch elbows from both directions. If a child was in the mix, they'd be tucked against the warmest adult, usually a mother. Sometimes pets joined the pile, a dog at your feet, a cat in your lap, both adding just a little extra insulation and the occasional flea. The bed was the epicenter of family life. Not just for sleeping. For praying, comforting, even birthing. Children were born in beds shared by sisters. Dying parents whispered final words surrounded by their upright, wide-eyed children. In some homes, major conversations happened in bed. Secrets were told. Decisions made. Futures whispered in the dark. And yes, on more than one occasion, people simply pretended to sleep to avoid conversation. A well-placed snore or slow breath could save you from chores, conflict, or the wandering hands of a not-so-welcome bedmate. Fun fringe detail? Some travelers paid for a third of a Bedouin inn's. That's not a typo. You didn't just pay for the bed, you paid for your fraction of it. A stranger might claim the other part. Sometimes more than one stranger. The upright sleep posture, again, made this less horrifying. Everyone stayed in their vertical lane. Mostly. Even the bed itself reflected this sharing culture. Some had built-in partitions, mini barriers between sleepers, not enough for privacy, but enough for the illusion of boundaries. Others had ropes or slats to subtly divide space, like a medieval "this is my side" pillow fort. And yet, despite all this, there was comfort. You weren't alone in the dark. You weren't freezing. The sounds of others, their breaths, snores, coughs, and mutterings, meant you were still part of something. A family. A village. A very squished social unit. So now, when you feel that body beside you shift again, when someone's foot gently nudges your hip, when a blanket gets shared without a word, you don't flinch. You lean in slightly. You adjust. You join the warm, breathing pile of upright sleepers, doing their best to rest in a world that rarely stopped moving. Not sprawled. Not solitary. But together. There it is again, a faint sound from the rafters. A scuffle. Maybe a whisper. Your eyes flick open, heart thudding in your chest, and you realize you're sitting even straighter in your bed now than before. You're not alone. Oh sure, there are people here. Bedmates, siblings, maybe a goat snoring gently near the hearth. But that's not what your senses are reacting to. It's something else. Something above. Or behind. Or maybe not quite of this world. Because in the 1300s, nighttime wasn't just dark, it was alive. And sleeping lying flat? That just made you look like prey. Let's start with the practical. Medieval homes weren't exactly well-sealed bunkers of peace and pest control. Your bed might be shoved into a wooden loft above a barn. Or tucked against a stone wall, poorly mortared, riddled with cracks. Mice, rats, spiders, snakes, they all had VIP access to your bedtime. Sitting up made you more aware. More reactive. Less munchable. Take rats, for instance. They didn't wait for crumbs. They nibbled toes. They nested in straw bedding. In some cases, they'd even gnaw hair for nest material. Yep, imagine waking up to that delightful sensation. Upright sleeping meant you had a better shot at noticing before your hair turned into rodent real estate. But it wasn't just the animals. No, the deeper fear, the one that kept people rigid in their beds, eyes open just enough to see the shadows move, was the other kind of presence. Spirits. Ghosts. Night demons. The dead who hadn't stayed buried. The ones who came whispering through cracks in the door, riding drafts, creeping through candle smoke. People in the Middle Ages truly believed that nighttime was a crossing point, a soft edge between the living and the dead. You were more vulnerable when asleep, more exposed when prone. And lying flat, completely surrendered to dreams, was practically sending out a handwritten invitation to every restless ghost in town. Upright sleeping? It was a defense mechanism. You looked more awake, more aware, like someone not to be trifled with. Lying flat meant death, or at least death adjacent. But sitting up? That meant you were still on guard, still watching, still claiming your space in the realm of the living. Historians still argue whether these supernatural fears were rooted in pagan traditions that lingered beneath Christian Europe or whether they evolved out of pure psychological need, a way to explain illness, nightmares, and the unexplainable. Either way, these fears shaped behavior, shaped beds, shaped how you slept. You pull your blanket tighter, now fully aware of your surroundings. That sound in the rafters? Maybe it's just the wind, or the cat, or the ghost of someone who forgot where they put their rosary. Better not to ask. Protective charms were common near beds. People tucked holy medals into the sheets, hung crosses above the pillow, braided herbs into the curtain ropes. Some whispered blessings before sleep, calling on saints or archangels to ward off whatever might slink through the keyhole. And yes, there were prayers. Not gentle, "Now I lay me down to sleep" lullabies. No. These were full-on spiritual battle chants, meant to hold the line between dreams and death. Keep me, O Lord, this night from foul visitations. Let no evil cross the veil. No demon ride my chest. Let thy angels sit beside me, that I may rise again at dawn. Poetic. Terrifying. Not exactly sleep-inducing, but hey, it got the point across. Nightmares, by the way, weren't just bad dreams. They were sometimes considered demonic attacks. If you woke gasping for breath, heart racing, it wasn't sleep apnea, it was a succubus sitting on your chest. Or a sin you hadn't confessed. Or a spirit angry you built your house where it used to bury onions. Who knows? The solution? Sleep sitting up, with eyes half open if you could manage. Some even trained themselves to sleep lightly, what we'd now call polyphasic sleep, or maybe just trauma nap posture. Your body stayed guarded, your mind on edge. If something moved in the dark, you'd know. And of course, you weren't truly safe even inside. If your home had been cursed, or worse, someone had looked at you sideways during a market day, you might suspect witchcraft. Wards were drawn in chalk. Salt lines at door frames. Iron nails hammered into headboards. Anything to make sure you made it to morning. Even the curtains around your bed weren't just for warmth. They were barriers, physical and symbolic. You might close them fully to keep spirits out, or leave a tiny gap so your guardian angel could peek in. Spiritual security had a lot of fine print. And this fear, this low-level anxiety about being alone in the dark, wasn't irrational. People died at night. Often. Without warning. A cough that started at dusk could be a fever by midnight and a funeral by dawn. Night was when the sick got sicker, when the weak slipped away, when no one came to help because no one could. So what did people do? They slept sitting up, facing slightly toward the door, just enough to hear if someone, or something, entered. Mothers slept with arms over their babies. Elders dozed with one hand on a bell rope. Merchants kept knives under pillows. Superstition or not, they were ready. You shift again, listening to the creaks in the ceiling. You remind yourself that the door is locked, that the fire hasn't gone out completely, that someone nearby is still snoring, that reliable, nasal reminder that the living are still here. And slowly, your breathing returns to normal. Because you're upright, alert enough, guarded. And under the covers, your hand still rests on the little charm tucked into your sleeve. You're not truly alone in the dark. But at least you're ready. You hear a creak from the hallway, and just for a second, your heart jumps again. But this time it's not a ghost or a rat or the night air trying to crawl into your lungs. No, this time, it's the doctor. Or at least someone claiming to be one. He steps into the room with a slow, theatrical gait, robe swishing, a pouch of herbs swinging at his belt, and an expression that says, "I know what I'm doing," which is immediately suspicious in the 1300s. Because medical advice back then? About as reliable as a wagon with square wheels. And yet, everyone listens. Everyone sits a little straighter. Including you. Because in this world, doctors said, sit up or suffer. Yes, one of the most universally repeated prescriptions for everything from mild sniffles to full-on plague symptoms was elevated rest. The upright sleep posture wasn't just tradition, it was treatment. Let's say you're coughing. Congested. Maybe your chest feels heavy. You describe this to your friendly neighborhood physician, who might have studied at one of the great universities, or just apprenticed under a guy who once read Galen by candlelight. Either way, his advice will almost certainly include: you must sleep inclined, so that the bad humors drain downward and do not collect near the heart. He says this while probably poking your tongue and declaring you full of wind. You nod solemnly and prop yourself even more upright against the lumpy mattress wall. That's because upright sleeping was considered medicinal, not optional. If you were recovering from anything, injury, childbirth, surgery, if you were unlucky enough to survive one, your posture during sleep mattered deeply. There were even bed contraptions to help with this. Rope-strung wedges, bundles of straw stacked beneath the mattress, headboards angled at 30 degrees. Richer households might use padded frames, like recliners, complete with elbow rests so you didn't slump too much during the night. The idea? Keep your lungs clear, your blood balanced, and your spirit alert enough to re-enter the waking world. Lying flat, the doctor might warn you, could cause the vapors in your stomach to rise and muddle the mind, a terrifying diagnosis that essentially meant, we don't know what's wrong, but you're probably doomed. Of course, there's no real scientific basis for most of this. Historians still argue whether medieval physicians genuinely observed benefits from upright sleep, or whether it was just a neat way to sound like you had a plan while your patient slowly expired. But we can't dismiss them entirely. Because in some cases, sleeping elevated did help. People with asthma, tuberculosis, pneumonia, or heart conditions often reported it was easier to breathe sitting up. Even today, we know that elevating the upper body can reduce shortness of breath and allow fluid to settle away from the lungs. Did medieval doctors know why? No. But they saw results, and that was enough. They also advised it for more creative conditions. Have an overabundance of black bile? Sit up to stop it from pooling in your spleen. Suffering from melancholy? Upright sleep lets the joyful humors rise to your brain, apparently. Bleeding? Sleep upright so gravity helps. Got a demon sitting on your chest? Same prescription. You'll notice the theme. Some doctors even recommended alternate sleeping positions for different body types. Too thin? Recline slightly, but not too far, might loosen the ligaments. Too thick? Sit almost fully upright, lest your stomach collapse under its own weight. Yes, charming bedside manner. And let's not forget the dietary connection. If you were prone to indigestion, doctors warned against sleeping flat. Meals were often heavy, spiced, and taken late. Sitting upright was believed to keep the fumes of food from rising to the head and giving you strange dreams, madness, or nosebleeds. Because nothing ruins a midnight snack like a ghost and a hemorrhage. Of course, much of this advice was given in Latin, laced with terms like morbus caducus and fluxus ventris, which sounds like a wizard duel but actually refers to epilepsy and diarrhea. Either way, you listened. You followed instructions. You propped yourself up like a good little patient because sleep was dangerous enough without making it worse. And then there was the moral element. Medicine and religion were deeply intertwined, so if you got sick, it wasn't just a physical issue, it might be punishment. Maybe you sinned. Maybe you gossiped. Maybe you forgot to light that candle to Saint Apollonia. Doctors, especially clergy-trained ones, would prescribe not just upright sleep, but also prayers, fasting, and a little guilt sprinkled on top. Even hospitals, if you can call them that, were designed for this posture. Patients slept on slope pallets, sometimes bound with cloth to prevent them from slipping flat during the night. Caretakers walked rows with steaming bowls of herbs and vinegar, checking that no one was drifting too comfortably into death. Quirky side note? Some physicians believed that how you tilted mattered. Too far to the left? The heart gets lazy. Too far right? The liver drowns in bile. Middle angle, facing slightly toward the window? Perfection. And if the bed faced east, well, now we're cooking with grace. You look over and see a sick woman sitting fully upright, chin tucked to her chest, eyes closed but breathing steadily. She's wrapped in shawls, propped against a rope-wrapped chair beside the bed, not even risking the mattress. A healer sits nearby, murmuring softly, grinding herbs with a pestle. The room smells of rosemary and old sweat. And yet, there's a strange comfort here. The upright sleep isn't luxurious. It's not even particularly restful. But it's intentional. It feels active. You're not surrendering to sleep. You're managing it. Using it. Eventually, the doctor shuffles out, muttering about wind and phlegm, and you settle back, just a little. Not too far. Never flat. Your chest rises and falls evenly. You're not sick. Not yet. But you're ready. Because sometimes, in the 1300s, sitting up was the only treatment you had. The candle flickers one last time, curling into smoke. You sit in the dark now, eyes closed, breath steady. And you're upright, as always, wrapped like a human scroll, arms folded gently across your lap. Your hands have found each other instinctively, fingers resting just so. Almost like you're posing. And now it clicks. You don't just feel like a statue. You look like a corpse. It's not you being dramatic. It's a known truth in this world, lying flat looks too much like dying. And in the 1300s, people feared that sleeping in a corpse's pose might tempt fate. You didn't want to be mistaken for the dead, by the living, sure, but especially by anything, not quite living. There was a deep cultural association between sleep and death, known in many regions as the Little Death. It makes sense. Your eyes close. Your breathing slows. You're unresponsive. In a time without heart monitors or reliable ways to detect life signs, the difference between a sleeper and a goner could be subtle. That fear? It snuck into bedtime behaviors. You sat up because you weren't done with life yet. You didn't want to give death any mixed signals. In some villages, it was even whispered that lying down fully might invite the Grim Reaper. If your posture resembled a corpse, arms straight at your sides, eyes shut, back flat. Well, why wouldn't he take you? You'd made it easy. Convenient. Polite, even. So you sat up. Or leaned. Or clutched something holy. Anything but flat. The connection between sleep and death wasn't just symbolic, it showed up in art, literature, and ritual. Tomb sculptures often showed the deceased lying flat, but not how they slept in life. In fact, those very sculptures may have inspired some of the upright sleeping postures, creating a strange cultural echo. We bury them flat, but we sleep to avoid looking buried. You know the pose, eyes gently closed, hands folded at the chest, feet together, shrouded in cloth. The death pose. People actively avoided replicating that in sleep. Some even slept with one leg bent or one arm raised to break the silhouette. In wealthy homes, it went further. Some beds were designed to prevent full reclining. The mattresses sloped. The headboard pressed forward. Infirm elders were wrapped in layers of pillows and bolsters, not for comfort, but to keep them visibly alive. To make sure no servant, priest, or family member would mistake a sleeping relative for one who'd passed on. Because, disturbingly often, that mistake happened. There are real recorded accounts of people being thought dead and nearly buried, until they moved. Or coughed. Or said, "Actually, I'm still here," hopefully before the priest finished his last rites. That kind of mistake makes a community cautious. Too cautious, maybe. So sleep had to be visually distinct from death. Upright. Aware. Present. Historians still debate whether these fears were fueled more by religion or practicality. Was it a fear of premature burial? Or fear of dying unprepared, without prayer, without confession, without warning? Because in the 1300s, the idea of a sudden, unshriven death was terrifying. Your soul might not get where it needed to go. So people developed bedtime rituals. Not just prayers, but positioning. One hand resting on a cross. A whispered plea for protection. A candle burning low, not to see by, but to guide wandering spirits past your house. And your posture? Purposeful. Upright. Clearly alive. Even the phrases they used spoke to this fear. Good night wasn't just sleep well. It was, "May you rise again with the sun. May no spirit visit your rest. Lay not like the fallen, but like the waiting." The idea that a body awaited rather than collapsed was baked into language and belief. And of course, dreams added fuel to the fire. Because if you slept lying down, fully surrendered, you might dream of other things. Bad omens. Prophesies. Visits from the dead. Dreams were taken seriously. Too seriously, sometimes. Entire sermons were preached on what certain dreams meant and the circumstances in which they arrived. One fringe belief? That if you dreamed while lying flat, your soul wandered further. It might not come back. Sitting up helped tether you. Kept your soul close. Like a dog curled beside its master, too loyal to stray. And then there was the practical side, again. Upright sleep reduced your risk of snoring, choking, or dying quietly in the night. Lying down, you could aspirate, or worse, stop breathing altogether. Without medical explanations, people simply decided she laid down and never got up. We shouldn't do that. Even in moments of mourning, families observed the difference. A sleeping child might be posed more upright after death so as not to disturb others. Just in case someone woke in the night, glanced over, and panicked. You shift now, ever so slightly, realizing how tightly this all weaves together: posture, belief, medicine, and fear. Sitting up to sleep isn't just about being alert. It's a message. You are still here. Still part of the living world. Your back aches. Your blanket's too short. Someone snoring again. But you're upright. Distinct from death. Hovering in that sacred space between sleep and sunrise. And for tonight, that's enough. A muffled bell rings in the distance, soft, low, and echoing through the thick pre-dawn air. You shift groggily, your head tilting against the bed's wooden backrest, and rub your eyes. That sound? That's not a town bell. That's the chapel bell, calling the monks for matins. Midnight prayers. And you wonder, not for the first time tonight, how anyone in the 1300s ever got any sleep at all. But then again, maybe that's the point. Because if you were a clergyman, a king, or just someone burdened with too much thought and too little sleep, lying down for 8 peaceful hours was not part of your life. In fact, chronic insomnia wasn't considered a disorder. It was seen as expected. Sometimes even virtuous. You imagine now the long, silent stone halls of a monastery, cool and echoing, lit only by lanterns swaying slightly on iron hooks. A line of hooded monks move steadily toward the chapel, robes rustling, sandals slapping faintly. These men, some barely 20, some long-bearded and bent, have been up since before the bell, already washing, praying, and preparing to greet God with a stiff spine and heavy eyelids. Monastic life was structured by the canonical hours, set times for worship that broke the day and night into pieces. Midnight, 3 a.m., dawn, noon, dusk, each hour had a prayer, a ritual, a reason to wake. Sleep came in strict, segmented slices, usually no more than a few hours at a time. And always light. Always upright. Always temporary. Sleeping too deeply, they believed, invited sloth and temptation. Monks were trained to sleep like soldiers, ready, alert, the soul still listening even if the body dozed. And these were the people with the most structured lives. Out in the world, kings, noble women, and court officials didn't fare much better. Let's talk about the medieval elite, people with thick mattresses, ornate bed frames, embroidered pillows, and 1,000 reasons to lie awake. The king's bed might have been the most lavish item in the room, carved from walnut and draped in silk. But his sleep? A mess. Surrounded by advisors, attendants, bodyguards, and possibly a few snoring dogs, he dozed in brief stretches, often interrupted by political whispers or late-night messengers. Sleep was shallow. Power never rested. Even queens and noble ladies weren't exempt. Many kept journals, books of hours, with notes and prayers written at odd times of night. Their bedrooms doubled as council chambers, nurseries, and sick rooms. A baby cries. A servant coughs. A torch guttered out. Sleep, for them, was optional. And all of this was reinforced by religious expectation. Sleep wasn't just physical, it was moral. Too much of it meant weakness. A lack of discipline. A door flung open to vice. Saints were celebrated for sleeping on cold floors, wrapped in rags, upright against stone walls. Some slept sitting in chairs. Others refused pillows. The holiest among them were said to nap with their eyes half open, ready to rise and pray at a moment's notice. Historians still debate whether this was genuine spiritual discipline or just a fancy way to say, "I couldn't sleep and decided to make it holy." Either way, it left an impression. If the best people couldn't sleep flat, maybe you shouldn't either. Even literature of the time reflects this culture. Knights toss and turn before battles. Ladies pace their chambers, whispering prayers into the night. Sleep is rarely deep or dreamy, it's something wrestled with, punctuated by visions, confessions, or ghostly warnings. There are even medical texts that describe noble insomnia, a condition attributed to the anxious, the important, and the spiritually burdened. The remedy? Herbs, upright posture, and, wait for it, long hours of quiet contemplation. In other words, don't fix it, spiritualize it. And speaking of remedies, you could try herbal tinctures. Maybe valerian or mugwort. Chamomile was popular, but not exactly potent. You might tie a bag of dried flowers around your neck, sip a lukewarm draught, and hope the dreams would be gentle. But even then, you'd sleep upright, propped with pillows, braced by your high-backed bed, ready to wake if needed. Because someone would need you. A child. A servant. A decision. A confession. To be important in the 1300s was to be interrupted. And in this age where the line between sacred and secular blurred constantly, every interruption felt like it might come from heaven, or at least from someone carrying a scroll with bad news and a worse attitude. So you didn't stretch out. You didn't relax. You Saturday. You watched. And you learned to doze with dignity. There's even a strange beauty to it. The idea that sleep was not an escape, but part of your labor. That resting upright was a kind of vigil. That your posture itself could be an offering. Tonight, as you nestle back into your propped position, you hear a soft footfall in the hall again. Another candle flickers. The room smells of wax, wool, and something slightly herbal. Someone murmurs in Latin, another prayer, another interruption. You close your eyes again. Upright. Expectant. Somewhere between exhaustion and grace. Because here in the 1300s, sleep is not freedom. It's just another form of watchfulness. The bell has stopped. The whispering footsteps have faded. But you're still upright, still in that strange state of not quite sleep. Around you, the silence feels dense. Not peaceful exactly, more like reverent. You glance across the room and realize no one here is sleeping like they're trying to rest. They're sleeping like they're trying to obey. Because in the 1300s, sleep wasn't just a bodily function, it was a spiritual discipline. Especially if you were part of the monastic world, where rest was as tightly regulated as prayer. Sleep was not indulgence. It was necessity. A pause, never a retreat. In fact, among the monks and nuns of medieval Europe, there was a belief that too much sleep might lead you right into the arms of the devil. So they slept less. And they slept differently. Picture a monastery, stone walls, rows of wooden bunks, barely more than slabs, lined up with military precision. The air is heavy with incense and the low smell of damp wool. Somewhere, a candle guttering in a glass lamp barely lights the corridor. You sit there, in one of those narrow beds, spine straight, blanket modestly pulled to your chest. No one snores. No one sprawls. Everyone sleeps, like saints. Or tries to. Monastic rules vary between orders, Benedictines, Cistercians, Franciscans, but most followed versions of the rule of Saint Benedict, which laid out everything from when to rise, what to wear to bed, yes, that was regulated, and how long you could sleep before it became spiritually suspicious. The rule offered a generous 6 to 8 hours of sleep, but here's the trick, it was broken into pieces. You go to bed shortly after Compline, the final evening prayer, perhaps around 8 or 9 p.m. Then, at midnight, you'd rise for matins, the longest and most intense of the nightly prayers. This was not a 10-minute devotion. It was chanting, psalm reading, and meditation, sometimes lasting up to 2 hours. Afterward, you'd return to bed for a couple more hours, if you were lucky, before waking again at dawn for lauds. Segmented sleep wasn't just the norm, it was institutionalized. Monks weren't supposed to sleep deeply. They were meant to exist in this perpetual state of alert devotion, even in dreams. And yes, they sat up to sleep. Not always bolt upright, but certainly propped. Some monks slept in wooden chairs, especially if they were taking brief rests during all-night vigils. Others had beds designed with angled boards to keep the spine semi-straight. Mattresses were sparse. Pillows were discouraged. Warmth was controlled, not embraced. The body was not to be pampered, only preserved. The goal wasn't rest. It was readiness. Readiness for prayer. For spiritual battle. For Christ. This wasn't limited to monks, either. Devout laypeople often mimicked this pattern. Wealthy women in particular, especially widows or noble women living in semi-religious households, kept personal chapels and followed their own version of the canonical hours. Their beds, while richer in fabric and embroidery, still reflected the same posture. Upright. Watchful. Aligned toward the east. Spiritual first, comfortable second. And it wasn't just about prayer. It was about control over the flesh. The body, in medieval theology, was a slippery thing. Prone to weakness, temptation, and idle urges. Sleep, especially lying down, relaxed, dream-soaked sleep, was dangerous. The kind of place where sin crept in unannounced. That's why monks trained themselves to sleep lightly. Dreams were tracked, examined, sometimes even confessed. If a monk had a troubling dream, he might fast for days, pray more, or ask for guidance. There's even fringe evidence that some monastics limited their breathing during sleep, consciously slowing it, believing that shallow, still breathing kept the mind more alert. This, of course, made lying flat even more risky. Better to sit. Better to guard the mind as well as the body. And yet, even within this strict structure, there was humanity. You picture one young monk, head bobbing slightly, eyelids heavy, trying to stay upright against the cold wood. His brother beside him already snoring gently, despite his best efforts. The senior at the end of the row scowls but says nothing. Everyone knows the struggle. Everyone is trying to stay holy in a world that's designed for collapse. Sleep was precious, but it wasn't something you chased. You earned it. Through prayer. Through silence. Through sitting just upright enough to prove that your soul hadn't drifted too far into slumber. Sometimes, monastic beds were lined with scripture panels, written verses to fall asleep with, eyes gently tracing sacred words before fluttering closed. Others had holy relics tucked into the headboard, a fragment of a saint's bone, a pressed rose from Jerusalem. Even in sleep, the presence of God was palpable. You imagine now what it felt like to wake at midnight, not annoyed or confused, but with purpose. To slide from bed in the chill, robes rustling, heart thudding, not from fear, but from readiness. You weren't alone in the dark. You were surrounded by others, equally tired, equally committed, eyes heavy but spirits sharp. Historians still debate whether this constant interruption of sleep led to long-term health issues, or whether it was simply adapted into a different rhythm of life. Either way, there's no denying it, sleep in the 1300s was sacred, not restful. And as you lean against your own stiff bedding, still upright, you realize you're not sleeping so much as pausing. You're in vigil. Even if your prayers are clumsily whispered, even if you're more tired than holy, you're sharing in a tradition that viewed sleep as another form of worship. The air is cold. The room is still. But you are part of something ancient. Something deliberate. So you don't lie back. Not yet. You close your eyes, chin tilted slightly forward, hands folded as if in prayer, even if your dreams tonight are more about soup than saints. Because in this moment, you're not just sleeping. You're keeping watch. Your eyes flutter open again, not because of a noise or a dream, but because something deep in your bones reminds you you're on watch. You blink slowly in the dark, your spine still upright, knees folded like they've been since dusk. The fire's gone cold. The room is silent. But you're not asleep. Not entirely. Because in the 1300s, even when sleep happens, you are never fully off duty. Whether you're a farmer, a merchant, a monk, or especially, if you're a soldier, you sleep like someone expecting to be woken up by trouble. This wasn't just a metaphor. It was life. You picture a medieval soldier now, curled against a crumbling stone wall, sword still in hand, helmet at his side. His eyes are closed, his breath steady, but his back is against something solid, and his posture is unmistakably upright. The message is clear: I'm not gone. I'm just paused. Even far from the battlefield, that vigilance carried over. In castles, forts, and even sleepy little hamlets, nighttime was never truly safe. Bandits, fires, wolves, enemy raids, famine-driven strangers, you never knew what might crash through the dark. Sleeping deeply was a luxury few could afford. Sleeping lying down? That was practically an invitation. And so, you sat up. Whether you were camped outside under the stars or nestled inside your town's wooden walls, the expectation was the same: stay alert. Sleep light. If danger came, it wouldn't knock. You needed to be halfway ready already. For soldiers especially, upright sleeping was a matter of survival and pride. Many would train themselves to rest while seated or leaning, sometimes on horseback, believe it or not. There are records of riders dozing in the saddle during long campaigns, heads bobbing in rhythm with the gait of the horse. Because war didn't wait for REM cycles. Even back in barracks or castles, soldiers slept with weapons close, under the pillow, tied to the wrist, hung at the bedside. The body was trained to wake at any sound. A footstep. A door creak. A whisper. And you, yes, even you, not a soldier but a humble townsfolk or merchant, adopt that posture too. Because it spreads. Fear spreads. Awareness spreads. And you learn from the world around you that you're safer if you never fully lie down. The bed itself reflects this reality. Think about it, the frame is short, angled, hard. Not inviting. You sit up with your back against the headboard, not cushioned, just present. If someone kicks the door in, you're not scrambling to rise. You're already vertical enough to grab your lantern, or your child, or your pitchfork. Hopefully in that order. Historians still argue whether this instinct came from centuries of warfare or just an ingrained cultural anxiety passed from village to village. Was it actually helpful? Maybe. But one thing is certain: medieval Europe was not known for peace and quiet. During the 1300s, conflict was everywhere. Feudal disputes, territorial skirmishes, peasant uprisings, Viking raids still echoing from earlier centuries. Even traveling merchants carried knives and traveled in packs. The roads weren't safe, the woods weren't safe, and sometimes your own home wasn't safe. So you adopted the posture of the battlefield, upright, alert, at rest but never asleep in the modern sense. There are even tales, half folklore, half recorded, of villagers taking turns sleeping upright on benches near the door, while others dozed in shifts. Like medieval neighborhood watch, but with fewer whistles and more wooden clubs. And then there were the castle guards, those poor souls trained to sleep light, nap in armor, and never fully rest unless explicitly ordered to. They might catch 20 minutes leaning against a wall, one hand still curled around a spear. The idea of a cozy night under the covers? Not even in dreams. Fun side note, some military orders, like the Knights Templar, were rumored to sleep in full clothing, weapons nearby, on simple wooden pallets. Upright, of course. Why? Because you never knew when you'd be called to prayer, or battle. Or both, depending on the day. And if you think this culture of upright sleep was only for the battlefield, think again. Even in civilian life, the defensive mindset leaked into nightly habits. Fathers slept with their backs to the room, facing the door. Mothers kept one hand on their children. Doors were barred. Dogs were kept near the hearth, not just for warmth, but as four-legged alarm systems. Sleep wasn't sanctuary, it was a calculated pause in your daily defense routine. But it wasn't all grim. There's something deeply human in this kind of sleep. Something tender, even in its tension. The way people leaned into one another. The way partners slept back to back, not just for heat, but for mutual protection. The way families arranged themselves like puzzle pieces, each person positioned to protect someone else. Even dreams had a defensive edge. Many people believed that in dreams, your soul wandered. And just like in waking life, it could be attacked, misled, or weakened. So you guarded your soul in sleep just as you guarded your body, with posture, prayers, and alertness. And when dawn finally came, and the light poured through the cracks in the shutters, you didn't stretch luxuriously like some modern yoga influencer. No. You opened your eyes slowly, felt your body still upright, and thanked God you hadn't been taken by fever, by bandits, by spirits. You had stood watch over your own life. Even in sleep. So tonight, as you lean back just a touch, but not all the way, you keep one ear open. One eye soft. One hand near the edge of the blanket. Because you may not wear a helmet. But here in the 1300s, you still sleep like a soldier. Your breath comes in slow and steady now, and your head dips gently forward as sleep presses its weight onto your shoulders. But you are still upright, propped in place, swaddled in linen, half drifting, half aware. And this is when it happens. A flicker. A shape behind your closed eyelids. A voice, soft, but not familiar. You're dreaming. But in the 1300s, dreams aren't just dreams. No. Dreams are messages. Visions. Signs from God, from saints, or, depending on how badly your day went, from something far darker. And when you sleep sitting up, in that sacred, still posture, it's like your soul leans a little closer to the veil. And the veil sometimes whispers back. You dream of a field. Or a fire. Or a face you haven't seen in years. Maybe you dream of animals speaking, or of walking barefoot through a cathedral that doesn't exist. Strange, haunting things. Things that feel true, even though you know they can't be. In the medieval world, this kind of dream, hazy, intense, oddly vivid, was considered a serious affair. Especially if you were sitting up when it came to you. Your posture mattered. It meant you weren't fully gone. You were half here, half there. And that made your visions special. People in the 1300s took dreams very seriously. There were dream books, manuals, written in Latin and vernacular alike, explaining what it meant to dream of a white horse, divine revelation, or a snake, sin, obviously, or losing teeth, spoiler, death, every time. Some were written by monks. Others by astrologers. Some combined scripture with pagan folklore in a stew of interpretive chaos. But all agreed, a dream that visited you while you slept upright was more deliberate. More likely to be a true message than just bad cheese or a snoring bedmate. Historians still argue whether these interpretations were rooted more in psychology, superstition, or religion. But the belief was woven deeply into the culture. Your soul traveled while you slept. And when you sat up, you kept it tethered just enough that it could return with a story. And those stories? They shaped people's lives. Imagine waking with a vision so clear, so vivid, that you're certain it meant something. You tell your priest. He listens solemnly and suggests extra prayer. Or maybe a pilgrimage. Or, depending on the content, penance. Immediate penance. In noble households, dreams were treated almost like political documents. If a king dreamed of a burning crown or a queen of drowning birds, it might set off days of fasting and consultation. Advisors would be summoned. Horoscopes checked. The dream might even be recorded by a scribe, added to the royal annals alongside harvest reports and enemy sightings. Monasteries, too, became centers of dream interpretation. Some monks were revered for their clear dreams, visions seen while sitting up in their cells after long vigils. One might dream of a saint visiting or of a bright light above the altar. Another might see demons clawing at the window. These weren't dismissed. They were analyzed, shared, and feared. And in villages? People spoke of dreams the way we speak of news. Old Edda saw her brother again. He had been dead 3 winters. Father Gorin dreamed of fire, and look, lightning took the barn. A child dreamed of wolves, and 2 lambs were taken that night. Dreams were warning systems. Prophesies. Tests of faith. But they were also daily companions. Not rare. Not extraordinary. Just part of being alive in a world where the boundary between here and elsewhere was tissue thin. Now, here's the quirky part. Some people believed that sleeping too deeply, fully horizontal, eyes rolled back, arms limp, meant you were too far gone. Your soul might wander too far. It could get lost. Or worse, it might be replaced. Swapped out with something darker. Something other. So sitting up was a kind of safeguard. It kept the door open just a crack, enough to dream, but not to disappear. There are texts that mention people being possessed in sleep, not with head-spinning drama, but with subtle changes. A woman who woke cold and silent. A man who rose with a new voice, speaking in tongues. The dream took something, they'd say. Or, he returned, but not all of him. And if that doesn't give you the urge to sit up straighter in your straw mattress, nothing will. But not all dreams were sinister. Some were gifts. A saint appearing in a dream might bring healing. A loved one, long dead, might come to say goodbye. Farmers dreamed of bountiful harvests. Children dreamed of angels. Merchants dreamed of roads to cities they'd never seen, and sometimes traveled them later in life. There are even records of people receiving cures in dreams, herbs to find, prayers to say, knots to untie in their bedsheets to release bad spirits. These dream prescriptions were often followed without hesitation. But they were also respected more when the dreamer was upright. Lying down was messy, indulgent, the dreams less trustworthy. But sit up, spine aligned, body modest, breath slow, and what came to you was closer to truth. You blink now, half dreaming yourself. A flicker of light in your mind's eye. The vague sense of a river. The sound of a bell you haven't heard before. It's not quite real. But it's not real either. That's the gift of this posture. It opens just enough space between worlds to let the message through. You don't need to understand it tonight. Just remember it. Carry it with you. Because in the 1300s, dreams spoke. And the upright soul was listening. You're awake again, though you're not quite sure when your eyes opened. The room hasn't changed. Same dim glow from the hearth's last breath, same soft rustling of someone else shifting nearby. But something is off. You feel it before you hear it. A chill. Not cold like winter air, but like the absence of something warm. A subtle emptiness that hangs between the beams and seeps through the walls. and for a moment, you sit very still, upright and alert, because in the 1300s, people feared what came while you slept, especially when you sat up and still felt the darkness pressing back. This fear had a name. The night hag. The mare. The demon. The old crone. She had many faces, depending on which region you asked, but her calling card was the same: a weight on your chest, a struggle to breathe, a fear you couldn't move. Today we'd call it sleep paralysis, a neurological hiccup, a moment when your body and mind fall out of sync during sleep. But back then? Oh, back then, it was something far worse. You weren't paralyzed. You were being sat on by a spirit. And yes, they believed it could still happen even if you slept sitting up. You might think upright sleep was a full defense, a spiritual fortress, but even the devout could be vulnerable. Especially if they drifted too far. If their eyes fluttered too long. If their posture slackened just enough to fool the soul into lowering its guard. You'd wake to a pressure on your chest. A hand, a claw, or simply the suffocating weight of an invisible being, crouched across your ribs, feeding off your fear. You wouldn't be able to move. You'd hear whispers in a language you didn't know. You might see something crouched at the foot of your bed. Watching. Smiling. And in the 1300s, people talked about it. Not in hushed tones, not always. It was a known thing. A nightly hazard. Just another thread in the fabric of sleep. The Old English word for this? Mare. It's where we get nightmare. But in its original form, it wasn't a dream at all. It was a being. A supernatural creature that climbed on your chest in the night and pressed. Sometimes it was a witch in spirit form. Sometimes a demon. Sometimes just a shadowy figure with no eyes and too many teeth. So what did people do about it? They prepared. They slept upright, not just for better breathing or medical reasons, but because they believed the night hag couldn't climb as easily onto a body that wasn't flat. A tilted chest, an alert spine, these made for harder targets. Like trying to sit on a sloped roof. Some believed that upright posture confused the spirit. Is this person awake? It might wonder. Are they watching me? People added protections too. Iron nails under the mattress. Salt at the threshold. Herbs like St. John's wort or fennel, hung in bunches near the bed or tucked beneath the pillow. These weren't aesthetic choices, they were defenses. Like garlic against a vampire, they warded off whatever was out there, creeping between realms. And if you still got visited? There were steps for that too. A whispered prayer. A protective charm around your wrist. Some tried to recite the Lord's Prayer backward, believing it would undo the hag's power. Others kept a small candle burning, not to see by, but to remind the spirit that they were not afraid. Light, after all, was truth. And fear was an invitation. Of course, not all visits were equal. Some people claimed that after these pressings, they felt drained. As if something had been taken from them. Not just breath or strength, but something deeper. They'd wander through the next day feeling blank, grey, like a shadow of themselves. A sure sign, people said, that the hag had taken a piece. Others said they were marked. Not wounds, not visible scars, but subtle signs, a cold spot on the skin that never warmed. A stripe of hair gone white. A fingertip that no longer felt heat. And if that isn't enough to make you sleep sitting up forever, let's not forget the animals. Cats, in particular, were said to sense these spirits. If your cat stared into the dark and hissed, you didn't question it. You crossed yourself. Maybe moved closer to the fire. And if you didn't have a cat, well, people kept dogs near the bed for a reason. Not just for warmth. Not even just for noise. But because some spirits feared animals. Or at least hesitated in the presence of something loyal. There's even one fringe tale, likely exaggerated, but let's not ruin the mood, of a knight who woke under the weight of the mare and, unable to scream, bit his own tongue until he bled. The smell of blood, they say, made the spirit flee. He survived. And never slept lying down again. So tonight, here in your creaky bed, half covered in a wool blanket, upright as a church pew and twice as rigid, you feel that little electric tug of fear. Something unseen, brushing the edge of your awareness. But your back is straight. Your breathing is steady. Your fingers curl just slightly, ready to cross, to pray, to act if needed. Because yes, the hag comes. The weight presses. The whispers murmur. But you're sitting up. And sometimes, in the 1300s, that was all the defense you had. It's still dark, but the edge of morning hovers just beyond the shutter slats. You haven't slept, not really. You've dozed, drifted, breathed with care and one eye open, upright like a sentinel in linen. And now, in this pre-dawn hush, you hear it, a whisper. Not from a person, not from a spirit, but from the house itself. Because here's the secret of sleeping upright in the 1300s, it wasn't just about posture or dreams or safety from the occasional chest-sitting demon. It was about the house. Not the idea of home. The literal medieval house, its shape, size, sounds, and surfaces. You sat up to sleep because lying down in your living space would have made as much sense as stretching out in a broom closet. Let's talk architecture. If you're lucky, you live in a 2-room home. If you're average, it's just one. A single smoky room with no real chimney, a hearth in the center, and a hole in the thatch above to let the smoke out, and occasionally the rain in. The walls are wattle and daub, woven sticks plastered with mud, straw, and manure. It smells like warmth, life, and very recent livestock. Now imagine lying down in that. You'd be inhaling smoke, with your face practically at floor level. And by floor, we mean packed earth. Not wood. Not stone. Dirt, sometimes swept, sometimes damp, sometimes shared with bugs, rats, chickens, or the occasional piglet who refuse to leave the warmth of the fire. So you sit. You lean. Maybe on a wall bench, or on your bed's wooden frame, slightly elevated off the ground but still surrounded by the rhythms of the room. Lying down fully would put you in the path of smoke and drafts, not to mention someone's boot or ladle stepping over you in the early hours. And then there's the question of space. Most families, especially peasants, shared the same bed or pallet. Children, grandparents, even visitors. Beds weren't always individual items, they were often little more than raised platforms stuffed with straw or dried heather. People sat around them, leaned into them, used them as couches by day. To lie fully flat would be both inconvenient and, let's be honest, awkward. Sleeping upright solved the geometry problem. You could layer sleepers like folded cloth, one sitting back, one leaning forward, one child curled sideways, everyone half dozing in shifts. It turned your single-room house into a kind of living Tetris board of humanity and hay. Historians still argue whether this sleeping posture was purely practical or if it developed in tandem with beliefs about health and spirituality. Likely? A blend of both. The house shaped the habit. The habit shaped the law. Let's zoom in on the furniture for a moment. You picture a wooden chest pushed against the wall, lid closed, with a folded blanket on top. That's not just storage, that's a bed. At night, the youngest child might be tucked onto it with a kiss and a carved wooden rattle. Across the room, a bench near the hearth doubles as a sleeping spot, warm and close to the embers. Upright, of course, Too close and you'd roast your toes. Too low and you'd wake up blackened with soot. And then there's the loft, if your family has one. A crude wooden platform just below the roof, reached by ladder or rope. You sleep sitting up there because the beams are too low to lie flat. Plus, smoke rises. Good luck taking a horizontal nap with a face full of wood smoke and last night's stew fumes curling into your nostrils. Even in wealthier homes, stone buildings with separate bedrooms and actual beds, you'd find upright sleep postures. Beds were high off the ground, sometimes needing stools to climb in. Why? Because the floor was cold, drafty, and home to all manner of uninvited guests. Being elevated meant warmth, safety, and, yes, a better angle for sleeping upright. Now, here's a quirky detail. Some beds had built-in canopies or full curtains, not for beauty but for warmth and containment. These weren't gentle gauzy drapes. They were thick, heavy, woolen panels that held heat in and ghosts out. Sitting upright inside one of these turned your bed into a kind of personal shelter. You could breathe, think, pray, and doze without lying exposed. But not everyone had a bed. In fact, most people didn't. Servants and labourers might sleep on the floor, in kitchens, or on straw mats near the animals. But even then, they'd sleep sitting up, cloaked in their outer garments, knees tucked, heads resting on bundled cloaks or firewood. That wasn't poverty, it was normal. And it was strangely efficient. You could wake instantly, rise quickly, react to noise or danger. No fumbling for shoes, no rising from blankets like a confused groundhog. Sitting up made you part of the house's rhythm. You were another cog in its system, ready to stoke the fire, catch the water bucket, or whisper back to the child murmuring in her sleep. And the house itself responded. It creaked. It settled. It popped and groaned in the wind. These weren't spooky sounds, they were familiar. Intimate. You knew every snap of the rafters, every flap of the shutters, every sigh of the old beams as they swayed slightly in the dark. You learned to sleep within the language of your home. Not above it. Not apart from it. But nestled into its rhythm, breathing with it, upright and present. Because here in the 1300s, sleep doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens in a living room, not the cozy modern kind, but a room that lives. That feeds you, warms you, watches over you, and expects you to do the same. So you adjust your blanket again, shift your hips just enough to ease the ache, and rest your head against the post beside you. Outside, the wind stirs. Inside, the hearth breathes. And in the stillness, your upright body becomes part of the house. Part of its structure. Part of its story. Awake even when sleeping. You stir, but you don't stretch. That's not how waking works here. No flopping over, no yawning into sunlight, no duvet tossing dramatic roll onto your back like someone in a featherbed dream. No. In the 1300s, you rise exactly how you slept, upright, deliberate, quiet. Because mornings aren't peaceful here. They are urgent. And if you think that's just a peasant thing, scrambling to milk cows and fetch water, think again. Whether you're a labourer, a baker, a friar, or someone noble enough to own 2 spoons, mornings come fast. An upright sleep wasn't just a nighttime ritual. It was also about getting up ready to move. See, the medieval day starts before the sun does. The first light doesn't mean leisure, it means work. For many, it means prayer first. Monks are already deep into Lauds. A merchant is taking stock before the street fills with feet. A miller is tightening the wheel. And you, stiff-limbed and sleep-deprived, are already halfway out of bed without lying down in the first place. That's the genius of it. Sitting up meant you were already halfway to standing. Imagine waking in a world where time is always pressing against you. Where daylight is limited. Where most labor, farming, baking, tanning, weaving, relies on the sun. And that means every moment you spend stretching, yawning, blinking groggily at the ceiling is a moment you're not surviving. So you train your body, without even knowing it, to transition smoothly from rest to motion. Your legs unfold. Your hands reach for your belt. Your shoes go on while you're still blinking away your dreams. Sitting up makes all of that faster. And it doesn't just save time. It preserves dignity. You don't want to look weak when your master enters the room. You don't want to greet your lord on the floor. You don't want your children to see you sprawled, vulnerable, like something that's given up. You want to rise like someone in control. Even in noble households, this idea held weight. Courtiers were expected to be composed immediately. Servants entered with wash basins and fresh linens not long after first light. You weren't supposed to be tangled in sheets or face down on the feather tick. You were meant to look poised. Practically presat. There was no snooze button in the 1300s. There was barely even sleep. Historians still discuss whether this morning discipline was shaped more by religious values or pure necessity. Likely both. But what's undeniable is that upright sleeping enabled an efficient exit from the night. Let's walk through your morning, shall we? You wake, your back is already against a support beam or wall. Your blanket slips off your shoulders. The fire is low, but not out. You reach forward, knees cracking, and grab your boots. Your feet are still warm from sleeping bundled, upright, legs crossed beneath you. You slide them on without a word. You hear someone cough, your father, maybe. He's already by the door. Your mother shifts the pot over the fire. The baby whines. Everyone slept. Sort of. Now everyone rises. Fast. There's a ritual to it. Someone opens the shutters. Light spills in, thin and grey. Someone else tosses a little kindling on the hearth. A slop bucket gets emptied. The dog shakes. You rinse your face with cold water that wakes you better than any sermon. And then you eat, not breakfast, exactly. Just fuel. Bread, if you're lucky. Maybe a bit of last night's stew. Something hot, if you're blessed. All this, within minutes of waking. You don't have time to become awake. You must be awake. The upright sleep posture helps more than just your timing, it changes your mindset. You're already in a state of readiness. Not only physically, but mentally. Your dreams didn't carry you away so far you can't find your way back. You were never fully gone. You were just resting. Not drifting. And if you were a traveler? Sleeping upright meant you could wake and go. No rolling up bedrolls, no rising from plush beds like a disoriented bard in a storybook. You woke with your boots on. You kept your gear close. In some cases, you literally slept dressed. That wasn't laziness. That was smart. You might need to flee. Or bargain. Or answer a knock at the gate before sunrise. You didn't want to be scrambling. Upright sleep meant you could answer the world on its terms, not yours. Even in battle camps, soldiers and squires slept that way. Not because they loved it, but because there was no other option. Sleep was tactical. Upright posture meant fewer muscle cramps, easier recovery, faster reaction. And if someone cried, to arms. You could grab your blade in one breath and be upright already. Funny enough, it's not just soldiers and peasants. In urban homes, the layout of a merchant's life also demanded this alert transition. Your shop might be downstairs. A customer might knock at dawn. You might need to fetch water or check your wares before the competition opens up. Lying in bed flat like a court poet? You'd miss the fish cart entirely. So everyone, even the mildly well-off, adjusted. Beds leaned. Chairs doubled as sleep stations. Even padded corners became waking thrones. Upright sleep became the unofficial off switch that could be flipped back on at a moment's notice. And the best part? No one expected you to be cheerful in the morning. You could grumble, yawn, mutter about your aching shoulders. But you did it while already moving. Because the 1300s didn't wait. And neither did the world you lived in. So now, as you feel the thin light grow brighter outside the shutter gaps, your body shifts without thinking. You tuck the blanket behind you. You stand. No fanfare. No dramatic awakening. Just motion. You rose as you slept, upright. Ready. Unapologetically alive. The sun's barely risen, but your feet are already in motion. Your shoulders ache, your neck creaks from the night's awkward angle, and your knees pop like kindling. Still, you move, because that's how life works in the 1300s. But before you dash off to the well or chase down the sheep, there's one thing you can't skip. Not now, not ever. You have to make the bed. Except it's not a bed, not like we'd picture. No soft mattress, no fluffy comforter, no throw pillows with live, laugh, love embroidered in chain stitch. Instead, you're dealing with a heap of straw, some roughly woven linen, and maybe, if you're fancy, a woolen sheet that's mostly holes and memories. But this mess? This scratchy, lumpy arrangement of sacks and fiber and rope? It's precious. It's your sleeping spot. And keeping it tidy, elevated, and semi-dignified is part of daily life. Because in the 1300s, the bed was a shared tool. A shared space. And like any good tool, it needed maintenance. Let's paint the scene. You're in a small home. The light sneaks in through the wood-planked shutters, grey and tentative. You're one of 5 people sharing the space, 2 of whom sleep on the same pallet as you. A third slept curled near the hearth. The fourth used the storage bench near the door. It's not chaos, it's normal. Now comes the morning shuffle. You and your bedmates rise, sore and blinking. First task? Fluff the straw. Which sounds cozier than it is. Really, you're breaking it up, redistributing it so the next sleeper doesn't lie on a mat shaped like yesterday's hips. You pat it down, shake out the cloth cover, and maybe, if someone spilled stew or had a bedwetting incident, you swap in fresh straw or sprinkle a little rosemary to mask the scent. Yes, medieval sleep came scented. Not by choice. And here's where posture returns. You didn't sleep upright just because it was wise or spiritual or tactical. You did it because fully reclining would destroy the bedding faster. If your sleeping pallet is shared, fragile, and filled with dry plant matter, flattening your full body weight into it night after night is going to compress it into crunchy sadness within weeks. But sleep mostly seated, knees tucked, back supported? The bedding lasts longer. Less maintenance. Less replacement. More comfort for longer. Even for wealthier households, this mattered. Beds weren't mass-produced. They were handcrafted, often passed down like armor or family spoons. A proper rope bed, wooden frame, woven ropes beneath a thick feather tick, was a major investment. And saggy ropes made for poor support. So people slept in sloped angles, propped by bolsters and cushions, reducing the strain on the ropes and letting the bedding breathe. And when the ropes did start sagging, you slept tight by tightening them. Yes, that's the origin of that phrase. A wooden peg was used to twist the rope work taut again so you didn't sink in like a sack of root vegetables. Now imagine doing that with your whole household watching. Because beds weren't private, not for most folks. In noble homes, yes, you had your own chamber, maybe even a four-poster with carved lions and velvet drapes. But even then, people slept in shifts. A lady might have a maid nearby. A squire might sleep at the foot of a lord's bed, ready for orders at any hour. Children often stayed in the same room until adolescence. And in peasant homes? There were no doors. The bed was a communal island in the sea of daily life. This intimacy made sitting upright even more practical. It showed respect. It kept your modesty. It spared your sleeping neighbors from a full view of your feet, or worse. Some beds were day beds too, doubling as places to eat, talk, or mend clothes during the daylight hours. That meant making them neat and functional every morning was essential. You didn't just leave your bedding sprawled across the room. You folded it. You tucked it. You stacked it, even. Because by mid-morning, your bed might be your workstation, or your guest bench, or your child's play space. The upright sleep habit helped with this transition. No tangled sheets. No bodies splayed like tapestry victims. Just folded arms, smooth exits, and a quiet reshuffling of straw and wool. And it's not just you. You glance next door and see your neighbor, an old woman with joints like creaky hinges, pulling back a cloth cover, inspecting for mice, plucking a sprig of thyme from under the straw where she left it to repel lice. She sits back down for a moment, upright still, whispering a morning prayer. Her bed isn't just a place she slept. It's a place she curated, tended. And she's not the only one. Even monks, for all their stark sleeping cells, had to keep their palates neat. Disorder was considered a mark of spiritual sloth. An unmade bed hinted at an unmade soul. And then there's the weird but wonderful tradition of bed names. Yes, some families named their beds. The old sway, the feather throne, brother hush. Usually in jest, sometimes in reverence. Because that bed? That upright sleeping perch? It's where babies were born. Where people were nursed through illness. Where stories were whispered and bread was broken and sighs were shared. It wasn't a mattress. It was a memory vault. And maintaining it, cleaning it, straightening it, treating it with care, was just part of respecting the life that passed through it. So tonight, when you settle in again, after all your chores and bread and bargaining and gossiping and wood chopping, you don't flop into bed like a drama king. You perch. You arrange. You settle. Upright. Thoughtful. Not just to sleep, but to honor the bed itself. Because in the 1300s, a bed wasn't just where your body rested. It was where your whole life unfolded, and how you treated it told everyone exactly who you were. The day has come and gone. You've hauled buckets, peeled turnips, listened to a friar drone about humility while thinking deeply unhumble thoughts. And now, as twilight stains the sky orange and blue, you're back at the edge of your bed, preparing once again for the long ritual of not quite sleeping. And just like every night, you settle upright. But tonight, there's a new sound. A wheeze. A cough. A child muttering in her sleep. And it reminds you that posture isn't just about safety or spirituality or even waking quickly. It's about health. Because in the 1300s, medicine and sleep posture went hand in hand. Physicians of the day, who operated on a delightful mix of guesswork, Galen, and goat bladder comparisons, believed the way you slept directly impacted your bodily humors. You remember those: blood, phlegm, black bile, yellow bile. That charming quartet that medieval medicine swore controlled everything from digestion to personality. And when you slept, those humors didn't stop. They sloshed around, rearranged themselves, gathered, festered if you weren't careful. So you had to sleep in a position that let them drain properly. Yes, drain. Lying flat was considered not just unholy, but medically risky. Why? Because all those juices might pool in your head or your chest, or worse, your stomach. A flat back meant phlegm could clog the lungs. Blood might rush to the brain. You could choke, or suffocate, or catch something worse than the plague, hard but not impossible. That's why upright sleeping wasn't just common, it was prescribed. Doctors of the era advised patients to sleep at a gentle incline, propped with cushions or bolsters. Some suggested sleeping on your right side to aid digestion. Others insisted on keeping your mouth slightly open, terrible advice, or your arms folded to prevent wandering energies. But nearly all agreed the semi-seated posture was healthiest. Especially for those suffering from common medieval complaints: coughing, gasping, fevers, headaches, and that ever-present mystery illness known as bad air. Let's say you have a cold. Your local physician, who moonlights as a leech wrangler and part-time astrologer, tells you to sleep sitting upright, near a fire, with a warm cloth soaked in elderflower water tied around your head. You nod. Because the other option? A horizontal grave. People were afraid of dying in their sleep. And medicine did little to reassure them. There were no stethoscopes, no thermometers, no way to distinguish a deep sleeper from a dead person without giving them a solid shake and praying they weren't about to wake up swinging. That's why sleeping posture was a visible sign of life. A slumped figure could still be breathing. A reclining one? You might already be too late. And for those with serious illnesses, tuberculosis, gout, fever, you were often sat upright in bed intentionally. To help you breathe. To keep your lungs from filling with what was charmingly referred to as sweat humors. Lying down, the thought went, let your illness settle too comfortably in your body. People also believed posture could affect your dreams, and by extension, your spiritual health. A crooked neck might lead to twisted dreams. Sleeping on your back could bring on demonic visions. Upright, they said, kept the mind clearer, the body uncluttered, the soul less susceptible. One strange remedy from a 14th century herbal text even suggests this. When the mind is tormented and dreams come too fast, let the sufferer sleep upright with a linen soaked in vinegar upon the brow, and a penny beneath the tongue to weigh down idle spirits. Sure, why not? But posture wasn't just for the sick. It was for the aging, too. Older folks, especially those with joint pain or chronic ailments, often chose to sleep sitting up, not because of trend or pressure, but because it hurt less. Flat beds made aching backs worse. Upright sleep eased pressure. Supported knees. Even now, you might picture grandma in her rocking chair, softly snoring, because sometimes the best bed is a seat. And for women? Especially those recovering from childbirth? Upright posture was vital. Midwives instructed new mothers to sleep at an incline to help the womb settle. Flat reclining was believed to invite internal imbalance, whatever that meant. Likely nothing. But it gave people a sense of control in a world with precious little of it. Historians still debate how effective these positions were, but there's no denying that upright sleeping was deeply tied to medical common sense, even if that common sense came with a side of boiled frog water and chanting. In fact, there were even sickbeds built specifically for sitting sleep. Slanted boards, armrests, Some even had built-in holes for relieving oneself, so a patient didn't have to get up, or couldn't. Comfort was never the point. Survival was. You sit now, thinking of those makeshift pillows. The itchy wool. The crooked spines. The morning coughs. The way health wove into everything, even how you closed your eyes. And you realize, this posture isn't just about being ready. It's about not being gone. Every upright sleeper sent a message. I'm still here. Still fighting. Even if all you were fighting was a drippy nose and a bad batch of barley. So you cough into your sleeve. Just once. A little dust, maybe. You shift your weight, let your head drop forward, eyes heavy again. You're not reclining. You're not inviting the humors to gather or the phlegm to plot a coup. You're sitting tall like the healthiest sick person in town. Because in the 1300s, sleep wasn't medicine. But posture? That was the prescription. The fire has gone to ash now. Just a faint orange ember glowing in the grate like a single sleepy eye. You're still in your usual place, upright, wrapped in wool, head slightly forward. The wooden bed frame creaks gently under your weight. And now, in this quietest part of the night, you start to hear it. A snore. A sigh. A quiet murmur. Someone's talking in their sleep again. Which means it's time to talk about something you've probably been wondering about. What did people do while sleeping upright? Because here's the truth, they didn't just sleep. They talked. They ate. They whispered secrets. They even, on occasion, got up and went back to work. Yes, the upright sleep posture wasn't just a reaction to danger or sin or smoke. It created a whole culture of half-waking behaviors, moments of strange, liminal activity in the gap between first sleep and second sleep. That's right. 2 sleeps. You've probably heard whispers of this before. Segmented sleep, some modern researchers call it. In the 1300s, it was just life. You go to bed shortly after dark, 8, maybe 9 p.m. You'd sleep lightly, upright, semi-propped. And then, a few hours later, like clockwork, you'd wake. Naturally. Calmly. And with purpose. Because this gap between sleeps, what people called the watch or the waking, was considered normal. You were supposed to wake up. It wasn't insomnia. It wasn't a disorder. It was the body's way of making room for the soul to breathe. And in this quiet span of wakefulness, maybe an hour, maybe 2, people did all kinds of things. You might pray. Recite psalms. Whisper a confession to your bedmate. Or, depending on your social class, you might sneak a little snack, some bread soaked in wine, or warm milk with herbs if you were lucky. No shame in it. Everyone knew midnight hunger was different. Holy, even. This was also the time for intimacy. Not just romantic or physical, though that happened too, more on that later, but emotional closeness. You'd lean in, side by side in the dark, upright and alert, and talk about things you couldn't say in the daylight. People confessed fears. Made plans. Shared gossip. Some even believed this hour was the best time for truth-telling, when the soul had sloughed off the day's masks and could speak plainly. Historians still discuss whether this two-sleep structure was universal, but many texts from the period reference it as an expected pattern, especially in rural communities and religious orders. Monks used the waking hours for prayer. Peasants might use it for mending clothes or checking on animals. In noble homes, letters were written, candles were relit, and occasionally, some very bad poetry was composed by moonlight. And here's where the upright posture played a clever role. Because you never had to lie down or get up. You were already halfway in and halfway out of both states. You could shift into this watchful wakefulness without flailing around in bedclothes or waking the dog or tripping over a chamber pot. You simply stayed seated, or leaned forward, or whispered. There's even a fringe theory, and we're talking real cloak in the corner, niche medieval thinking here, that the upright sleeping position made the watch period longer and more lucid. Some believed that lying flat shut the soul off completely, like blowing out a candle. But sitting up? That left the wick glowing. You were still home, even in dreams. And you weren't alone. This segmented pattern created whole micro-communities of the night, families sitting together, monks sharing silent readings by lamplight, women spinning wool beside sleeping infants, shepherds humming softly in the barn. The in-between hours were woven with a quiet intimacy that the bustle of daylight didn't allow. Sometimes you wouldn't even go back to sleep right away. You'd just nod off gently, still sitting, still half thinking. And before long, the rooster would crow, or the bell would toll, and morning would arrive before the second sleep finished forming. Which leads to one of the funniest, and perhaps most tragic, medieval problems: unfinished dreams. You might start a dream in first sleep, say, you're a knight rescuing a maiden from a tower made of cheese, and then wake, spend your watch time scraping a pot or whispering a prayer, and by the time second sleep rolls around, poof! Dreams gone. Maidens vanished. The cheese tower? Never rescued. People recorded these lost dreams with surprising sadness. Some even tried to recreate their dream posture exactly, hoping to pick up where they left off. Did it work? Probably not. But hey, even medieval folks wanted to binge the next episode. And then, of course, there were the unexpected visitors. In some traditions, this in-between sleep state was when spirits arrived. Saints, ancestors, even the Virgin Mary herself were said to appear in that dusky middle space, when you were awake but humble, tired but alert. Sitting upright made it easier to receive the vision. You didn't have to scramble upright or fumble for clarity. You were already present, already watching. Even animals seemed to know this was a special time. Chickens murmured. Dogs stirred. Cows shifted heavily in their stalls, aware of something soft and strange passing through the hour. And if you had nothing to do? You just Saturday. You listened to the wind against the shutters. You stared into the hearth's last flickers. You folded your hands and thought about nothing at all. Because in the 1300s, this quiet watchful moment, upright and still, was its own kind of prayer. Not to beg. Not to plead. Just to exist. So tonight, as you lean into the silence between dreams, you understand something deeper. You're not resting. You're keeping vigil. Not for danger. Not for glory. But for the rhythm of sleep itself. The hearth is barely aglow, but your eyes catch something brighter, the faint shimmer of stars through the slats in the shutter. The night is still thick, and you're still sitting, legs tucked, head bowed but not collapsed. You're in the quiet heart of second sleep now, but your body remembers the pause. And something else stirs in the darkness. Love. Because yes, in the 1300s, even while upright and wrapped in linen and surrounded by creaking walls and the ghost of stew, people still fell in love. Still whispered. Still touched. Still dreamed not just of saints and visions, but of each other. And sleep posture, oddly enough, played a role. Let's talk about affection in the upright world. You're picturing medieval lovers as either tragic troubadour verses or awkward, armor-clanking caricatures. But real affection? It happened at night. It happened quietly. And it often happened while people sat up, awake between sleeps, pressed shoulder to shoulder in shared beds. Because here's the truth, most couples in the 1300s didn't have private sleeping chambers, not even nobles, not all the time. Travel, feasting, illness, limited space, all of it meant people slept in clusters, sometimes with servants at the foot of the bed, kids snoring in corners, dogs curled up near the fire. So intimacy required creativity, and timing, and silence, and posture. When your bed is a straw mat shared with 2 kids and a goat, you don't sprawl romantically across it like a romance novel cover. You sit. You lean. You shift just slightly until your fingers brush the fingers of the person beside you. A glance. A whisper. A pressed palm beneath the wool. Maybe nothing more than that. But it's everything. That watchful moment between first and second sleep. It was perfect for stolen intimacy. Historians have noted that in many households, this was when couples were most likely to conceive, not late at night when exhaustion ruled, and not in the chaos of early morning, but in that middle hour, when the fire had dimmed and the world was hushed and the baby was finally, blissfully, asleep. There's even a phrase used in some monastic records and folk texts. The hour of heart speaking. The idea being that the mind quieted after first sleep, and in that pause, true desires could be shared. And upright sleeping, oddly, made that easier. Because you weren't prone. You weren't slumped in unconsciousness. You were attentive. Awake just enough to listen. You could turn slightly, whisper something meant only for one ear. You could share secrets. Regrets. Hopes. All without rising. Without breaking the sacred stillness. And when things did get warmer, you'd be amazed how much can happen in a sitting position when lying down simply isn't an option. Medieval love didn't require 4-poster beds and moonlight through gauze. It required timing and boldness and blankets used very strategically. There's one fringe anecdote, a bit racy, so brace yourself gently, from a 14th century French satirical poem that describes a couple falling asleep upright in a hayloft and tilting toward each other like church steeples in prayer. Subtle. Sort of. But the joke lands because it's recognizable. That leaning together, head to head, like a pair of chimney pots, that was real. That was how people shared affection in a world with little privacy and stiff backs. Even in noble households, upright sleeping offered strange moments of closeness. A lady might sit by her husband's bedside during a sleepless night, reading from a psalter by candlelight. A lord might rest seated while a servant brushed out his hair, a surprisingly tender act in an age with very few hair products and no mirrors worth trusting. And among the poor? Affection came in smaller forms. A hand held during illness. A child rocked upright against a mother's chest, both drifting to sleep together. A husband wrapping his cloak around his wife's shoulders before she nodded off, both sitting upright, breathing in sync with the fire crackling low nearby. Historians still argue whether medieval people were more physically distant than us or just differently expressive. But there's no doubt intimacy existed. It had to. Even if it was silent. Even if it was vertical. There's even evidence that upright sleepers had better emotional touch. That is, subtle gestures, timed precisely. A nudge here. A shoulder press there. Leaning until your heads touched. Not sprawling over one another like tangled roots, but choosing to connect, physically, in small but deliberate ways. And for some, those quiet, half-sitting moments were the only privacy they had all day. The only time their words weren't overheard, their faces unobserved. Night was freedom. And the upright body became a vessel for expression, not just protection. So tonight, as you sit again in your nest of wool and straw, your mind wanders to someone you miss. Or someone beside you. Or someone you hope to see again. You don't need a soft mattress or champagne or a lute solo. You just need presence. You sit a little closer. You lean slightly. A word escapes your lips, barely audible. Maybe it's a prayer. Maybe it's their name. Because here in the 1300s, even in the stillest night, love sits upright, waiting, watching, whispering. You're still awake, but it's a different kind of awake now. Not the bustling alertness of the day, not the half-lit watchfulness of midnight. This is a softer state, quiet, slow, heavy-limbed. The world has curled in on itself. You hear a dog sigh in its sleep. A log shifts in the hearth with a gentle crack. And then, a bell. Low, distant, deep. One chime. Maybe two. It doesn't ring for you directly, but your ears catch it all the same. Because in the 1300s, the sound of a bell, especially in the dark, meant something. It meant the church was awake. And the church? It shaped everything, including how you slept. Let's talk about how religion, particularly Christianity in medieval Europe, blessed and burdened your sleeping life. Upright sleep wasn't just cultural or physical. It was often spiritual policy. Monasteries across Europe followed the liturgy of the hours, structured prayers spaced through the day and night. That included nocturnes and matins, which were prayed in the middle of the night, long before dawn. Monks and nuns would rise from their straw pallets, shuffle in silence to the chapel, and stand or kneel for long, cold minutes, or hours, chanting psalms into the dark. You think your 4 a.m. wake-up for a flight is hard? Try doing it every single night, in the middle of winter, with no coffee, while fasting. And here's the wild thing, many monastic communities actually slept sitting up, sometimes even in their robes, for this exact reason. Not only did it align with modesty and humility, it allowed them to wake quickly for prayer. Some orders even had rules against lying down entirely. The Cistercians, Carthusians, and other hardcore monastics emphasized a deliberate discomfort in rest, believing that to sleep too comfortably was to invite sloth. Sitting up, they believed, kept you humble, kept you near God. But it wasn't just monks. Regular folks, too, saw sleep as a time when your soul was vulnerable and therefore in need of protection. Enter the prayer. You didn't just flop into bed. You said your evening prayer. Something like, I lay me down to rest, and into thy hands, O Lord, I commend my soul. If I should die before I wake, I pray thee, Lord, my soul to take. Sound familiar? That little bedtime rhyme has older roots than most people think. In the 1300s, people said versions of it every single night. And many of them said it while already sitting upright, hands folded, eyes closed. It wasn't just ritual, it was spiritual armor. Because sleep wasn't just unconsciousness. It was a crossing over. A rehearsal for death. People genuinely feared they might not wake up. You might be perfectly healthy and still never open your eyes again. Disease. Spirits. Divine judgment. A bad turn of the humors. Any of it could happen. And so, you prayed not just out of habit, but with a kind of tender desperation. And if you didn't? Well, some believed an unconfessed soul could be taken in sleep. That's why people sometimes made full confessions before bed, or kept a crucifix nearby, or lit a tiny candle by their bedside if they could afford one. Upright sleep helped too. It made the act of prayer and the act of sleeping seamless. You'd pray, breathe, and drift into half-consciousness without ever lying flat, without ever leaving that sacred posture. There's also a very real social performance element to all of this. If you were caught sleeping too deeply, too long, or sprawled across the bed like a tavern drunk, it wasn't just rude, it was immoral. People saw your sleep as a reflection of your soul's orderliness. Did you sleep modestly? Upright? With care? You were a good person. Did you toss, roll, or talk too much in your sleep? Clearly possessed, or at least sinful. And this was tracked by family, by community, by religious leaders. There were sermons preached about slothful sleeping. Tales of sinners dragged from their beds in the night by demons, literally yanked out by their heels for not praying before sleep or for indulging in a worldly slumber. One 14th century preacher told the story of a man who fell asleep before finishing his evening prayer and dreamt he was swallowed whole by a wolf. He woke screaming, heart racing, and swore never to recline in bed again without folding his hands first. Was it true? Probably not. Did people believe it? Absolutely. Historians still debate just how widespread this fear of sleep as death was. Some argue it was mostly preached by monastics and fire and brimstone types. Others say it trickled deep into lay culture, especially during times of plague and famine when death did come quietly, at night, in bed. Which brings us to candles. Candles weren't just for seeing. They were for warding. A tiny light beside your upright figure was said to repel spirits. You'd place it on the bedside chest or tuck it in a wall sconce, and it would flicker like a tiny star all night. Expensive? Yes. But worth it if it meant keeping evil at bay. Small bowls filled with oil and a floating wick, glowing faintly all through the night like a miniature sun in the shadows. These weren't for reading. They weren't even bright enough to see by clearly. They were lit for one sacred purpose, to remind the darkness who's boss. Because in the 1300s, darkness wasn't just an absence of light, it was a presence. A force. Something that watched you. Whispered things you didn't want to hear. Sleep was dangerous not just because of illness or demons, but because it dropped the veil. An upright sleep, paired with that flickering flame, was how you said, "I see you, and I'm not afraid." Not entirely, anyway. Let's talk about rituals. Every household had them. Not just monks. Not just nobles. Everyone. Because people in the Middle Ages weren't casual about nighttime. They respected it. They feared it a little. And so they turned bedtime into a sacred sequence, part superstition, part faith, part survival instinct. Before sleeping, you do a few essential things. First, the blessing of the bed. In many homes, especially in Catholic regions, people would sprinkle holy water on their bed before lying or sitting down. Just a few drops on the pillow, maybe a little on the bed frame, maybe a cross traced on the blanket with a damp thumb. Some whispered the name of a saint, often Saint Michael, who was known for fighting darkness. You might laugh now, but when the wind howled and someone down the road had just died of fever, you'd want every bit of that protection, too. Next, the positioning of objects. A crucifix, if you had one, would be placed facing the sleeper. A small pouch of herbs, lavender, rosemary, rue, might be tucked under the mattress or tied to the bedpost to ward off spirits, fevers, and lice in one go. Iron nails, as you've heard, could be hammered under the bed frame to keep away witches and their ilk. In some homes, people placed shoes facing the door to confuse evil spirits who might come in. The idea was that the spirit would see the shoes pointing outward and assume you'd already left. Outfoxing demons, very medieval, very charming. Then came the words. Bedtime prayers weren't just a formality. They were lifelines. Many people had memorized verses passed down through generations. Some households recited them together like a liturgical lullaby. Others said them in silence, lips barely moving, hearts heavy with fear or hope or just the aches of the day. One common formula went something like this: I bless myself in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. May the angels guard me, the saints keep watch, and may no evil pass over me this night. Amen. Some people added in the names of deceased family members. Others whispered confessions, not to a priest, but just into the dark. The dark heard everything, after all. And once all this was done, blessing, positioning, praying, you would finally settle into your upright sleep posture. But even that was part of the ritual. You might cross your arms. You might rest your chin on your chest. Some even held rosary beads in their hand as they drifted off. The weight of them, the feel of the carved wood or worn bone, reminded you of order, of faith, of structure in the face of chaos. Because sleep wasn't passive. It wasn't something that happened to you. In the medieval mind, it was something you had to prepare for, protect against, and pass through, like crossing a dangerous bridge in the dark. Upright posture helped with that. It was part of your armor. Even children were taught to sleep upright as soon as they could sit. Not strictly, but often. It was seen as a sign of maturity. Parents told stories of saints who slept upright in their cells, angels who hovered over those who kept good posture, demons who preyed on the careless. And kids, eager not to be that cautionary tale, sat up straight, at least until sleep tipped them sideways. In some cases, people even built prayer chairs for sleeping. These weren't elaborate, but they were functional, high-backed seats with a cushion and maybe a cross carved into the top rail. You'd sit in it at night, say your prayer, and let sleep come. Think of it as a holy recliner, minus the reclining. And here's a quirky bit: some traveling clergy were known to sleep sitting up on horseback. Not while riding, mind you, but at night, reins tied to a post, cloak wrapped tight, leaning back slightly in the saddle while their horse dozed beneath them. Upright sleep, anywhere, anytime. But the real jewel in this crown of bedtime rituals? Silence. You didn't speak once you began the bedtime prayer. That silence was sacred. Breaking it after meant you'd have to pray again to reset the protection. Many families believed that idle chatter after blessing the bed invited confusion, spiritual static that blocked the angel's guard. So you said your final word, and then let silence fall like a veil. Just the crackle of the hearth. Just the wind outside. Just your own heartbeat echoing in your ears. So as you sit here now, blanket tucked around your legs, the world quiet and small, you feel it again, that old sense of being held in something bigger. Not just faith. Not just fear. But a kind of sacred routine that turns even the act of sleep into a ceremony. Because in the 1300s, going to bed wasn't winding down. It was crossing over. And you never did that without your prayers, your posture, and maybe just a little bowl of oil glowing faintly beside you. A tiny star holding the night at bay. The house has grown still again. Really still. Not just quiet, but hollow, breathless. That kind of silence you can only get deep into the night, when even the fire has stopped trying and the wind outside has gotten bored of rattling things. You're upright, but barely. A wool-wrapped statue with a pulse. Your breath is slow, your limbs heavier than stone, but you stay as you are, because in this time, in this place, sleep is not just rest. It's theater. Yes, we've talked about posture. About health, and prayer, and practicality. But what we haven't talked about yet is the way sleep in the 1300s was a kind of public act. Even when you thought it was private. Even when your eyes were closed. Because when you sleep upright, people notice. Let's start with the obvious: most folks didn't have their own bedrooms. Even in moderately comfortable homes, rooms were shared. Beds were shared. Entire sleep routines were observed, commented on, judged. An upright posture? That was a sign of propriety, of discipline, of being raised right. Sleep slouched over sideways, mouth open, blanket askew. That invited comment. Teasing at best, suspicion at worst. Because people weren't just watching your sleep for entertainment. They were watching for evidence. Evidence that you were who you claimed to be. Because in the 1300s, character wasn't just proven by what you said or did during the day. It was proven by how you behaved when you thought no one was looking. Enter the medieval concept of nocturnal morality. It wasn't a formal doctrine, but it might as well have been. People believed that the soul's true shape revealed itself during sleep. Did you pray before bed? Sit upright like a monk? Sleep still and calm, hands folded like a saint? You were clearly virtuous. But if you thrashed about, muttered strange things, grinned in your sleep or twitched like a sinner mid-damnation, well, better keep an eye on you. There's an actual record from a 14th century convent detailing how a novice nun was expelled, not for breaking any rules, but because she slept in a manner too restless to be trusted. Yep. You could be thrown out of a holy order for snoring wrong. And in noble courts? Oh, it was practically a spectator sport. Guests at banquets who stayed the night were often put in shared chambers, especially in castles with limited space. You'd get your corner, your pallet, your cloak to roll up under your head, and you'd better sleep like royalty. Sitting up straight. Hands still. Breathing softly. Because someone's always watching. A servant. A steward. That one guy in the shadows who keeps notes on who drools. This surveillance wasn't about cruelty, it was about status. Those who slept poorly were seen as lacking control. And control was everything in a world built on hierarchy and behavior. Even in towns, inns were often one-room deals. You might sleep upright in a wooden booth, or against a wall with 5 strangers, and those strangers? They remembered things. Who snored? Who whispered? Who wept quietly in the night? Your reputation could be shaped while you slept. And it wasn't just social. It could be legal. There are recorded cases of witnesses describing the sleep habits of suspects, claiming they were restless, disturbed, unable to settle like an honest man. It wasn't evidence in a modern legal sense, but it mattered. A thief who slept with one eye open was considered untrustworthy. A murderer might be known for waking screaming or sitting bolt upright in the night as if pursued by unseen forces. Upright sleeping offered a kind of built-in alibi. If you looked peaceful, you probably were peaceful. That was the logic. Historians still debate how accurate these social judgments were, but the record is clear: sleep was observed, interpreted, valued, and not just in homes. Churches, too, watched. You might doze during a sermon, but you'd better do it right. Upright. Respectfully. A little holy nap was acceptable, especially during a midnight vigil or a long mass, but you did not slump. You did not snore. You did not lean on the altar rail like it was a tavern counter. People got shamed for it. Sometimes fined. Sometimes swatted with a cane by the church warden. Even funerals involved sleep theatre. When a body was laid out, mourners would often sit in upright vigil around the corpse, taking turns watching through the night. It was believed that death and sleep mirrored one another, so staying upright while honoring the dead was a way of proving you were still alive, and still worthy of being kept that way. Now, here's where things get extra theatrical. People began imitating the posture of saints in sleep. Hagiographies, those sent biographies written by monks with a dramatic flair, often described holy men and women as sleeping while seated, back straight, sometimes even with eyes slightly open. This posture became the gold standard. People who wanted to seem especially pious would copy it. Not because it was comfortable, but because it was visibly virtuous. One account even mentions a noblewoman who had herself propped up with ropes while she slept, so that anyone passing through her chamber would believe she slept in holiness, like the blessed. Sounds exhausting, but very on brand. And let's not forget theatrics in actual theatre. Medieval morality plays often featured scenes of sleeping, usually with two characters, one sleeping upright and righteous, the other lying prone, vulnerable to temptation. These plays weren't subtle. They told the audience, how you sleep shows who you are. So tonight, as you sit here, still, upright, cloaked in shadow, you're not just resting. You're performing. Quietly. Silently. For a stage with no curtain, no audience, and yet everyone's watching. Your family. Your neighbors. Your soul. It's not about paranoia. It's about presence. Because in the 1300s, sleep wasn't where the story ended. It was where your character kept playing out. Even if the only line you spoke was the steady rhythm of your breath. It's the deep part of the night again, the part that feels like a secret. You're still upright, barely moving, just swaying gently like a reed in slow wind. The straw under you rustles as someone shifts. Across the room, someone mutters in their sleep. And above all this, thicker than shadow, softer than smoke, is the feeling that something might be watching. No, not your neighbor. Not your family. Not the dog. We're talking about things that don't breathe. Because if you're sleeping in the 1300s, especially in the upright posture, you're not just fending off cold drafts, curious neighbors, or flammable bedding. You're keeping one eye open for the supernatural. This was a world full of faith, but also full of fear. Fear of what could happen when the body rests, but the soul wanders. Let's talk about the spiritual other half of sleep. The things people thought could visit you while you slumped gently into your wool bundle, half awake and still seated. In this century, dreams weren't just dreams. They were messages. Portents. Tests. Your nighttime visions might come from God, from a saint, or, just as likely, from something darker. Something that crawled through cracks in the thatch and found you vulnerable. Upright sleeping? That was your first line of defense. Because while you sat there, halfway between worlds, you were considered more alert. Harder to trick. A soul seated was a soul present. Which brings us to the most famous nighttime menace of all, the nightmare demon, known by various names across regions, the mare, the alp, the hag. These weren't cute Halloween critters. These were serious business. The belief went like this: if you slept lying flat, mouth open, arms wide, something might come and sit on your chest. Something heavy. Something invisible. Something that made your lungs freeze and your heart pound. Sound familiar? Yes, sleep paralysis, but with horns and hooves. People believed these beings targeted the vulnerable, the flat sleepers, the lazy ones who forgot to pray. But if you sat upright, head bowed slightly, knees drawn in, they had no place to land. You were protected by your posture. Some folks even slept with their backs to a wall, literally bracing themselves against spiritual attacks. Others clutched iron charms, carved saints, or simple bundles of herbs known for warding off evil, especially mugwort and St. John's wort. Still others whispered protective verses, not just prayers, but incantations. One odd little rhyme from a Yorkshire folk tradition went like this: worm or witch, spirit or sprite, Pass me over this holy night. No haunter lungs, no footstep near. I sleep upright, and I show no fear. Catchy, creepy, and incredibly common. And it wasn't just demons. Ghosts were very much in the mix. People believed that the dead walked at night, especially those who had died violently or without proper burial rites. If a restless spirit passed through your home, it might try to whisper to the living, or worse, enter your body while you slept. Upright posture kept you more guarded. It suggested readiness, alertness. The soul stayed tethered. Lying flat? That was corpse posture. You were basically inviting a swap. That's why some people, especially widows, travelers, and those in mourning, were advised to never sleep flat for 40 days after a death. Until the soul settles, they'd say. There are even records of people propping the deceased upright in vigil, strapped to chairs or leaned against walls, so that spirits wouldn't think the living were taking their place too soon. Superstition, yes, but chillingly logical in its own way. And of course, there were the fair folk, the fairies. Not the twinkly kind. The medieval kind. Mischievous, dangerous, and deeply invested in your bedtime posture. According to some traditions, lying down in certain spots, near barrows, crossroads, hedges, was a surefire way to get spirited away in your sleep. People told stories of dozing travelers who laid down wrong and woke up years later, their lives stolen by the fairy realm. Sitting up? Safer. The fair folk, apparently, respected posture. They also, inexplicably, disliked crossed ankles, which is why some people tucked their feet carefully as they slept, upright, and with one ankle always unlinked. Odd? Yes. Effective? Who knows? Even dreams themselves were suspicious. If you had a particularly vivid dream while lying flat, you'd wake and recount it, and someone might ask, "But how were you sleeping?" Because posture affected interpretation. A dream while sitting upright was more likely to be considered a vision. A dream while lying flat? Possibly just indigestion or a whisper from something sinister. In some churches, dreams had to be confessed if they were intense enough. Especially those that came with prophetic symbols or strong emotions. Confessors would ask about your state before sleep. Were you upright? Did you pray? Were your hands folded? If yes, maybe the dream came from God. If no, well, you might want to book an exorcism. Historians still debate how literally people believed these nighttime visitors. Some say they were metaphor. Others insist they shaped real behavior. But the fact is, across Europe, people arranged their sleep with spiritual consequences in mind. You didn't just collapse. You positioned yourself like someone ready for inspection. Because the night was full. Of danger. Of whispers. Of forces watching just as you began to slip away. So you sat upright. You folded your arms. You covered your mouth. You braced your soul. And somewhere out in the dark, past the edge of the firelight, just beyond the creak of the shutter, something watched. And moved on. The stars have wheeled a little farther across the sky. You can't see them from your spot by the hearth, but you can feel it. The chill creeping in again. The stillness changing tone. Morning is coming. Slowly. But not yet. You sit upright, like always, but now your thoughts aren't on spirits or neighbors or posture. They're on dreams. Because in the 1300s, dreams weren't just strange flickers in your mind, they were messages, warnings, omens. People took them seriously. Very seriously. And when you slept sitting up, your dreams didn't just feel different, they meant different things. You see, the medieval mind divided dreams the way it divided everything else, by spiritual alignment and moral worth. Some dreams came from God, some from angels, some from demons, and some from the stew you ate at dinner. So how did you tell which was which? Well, partly by content, partly by timing, and crucially, by how you slept. Sitting upright to sleep? That was considered a posture of clarity and receptiveness. It kept your soul aligned, your blood balanced, and your mind tuned for divine messages. Lying down, especially face up with limbs sprawled like some 14th century rag doll, opened you up to confusion and spiritual interference. Which is why people who had prophetic dreams, real, serious, plot-heavy dreams with symbolism and messages, often described themselves as having slept upright and alert. One noblewoman wrote in her Book of Hours that she dreamt of the Virgin Mary during a night of illness, seated upright in her prayer chair with her hand still clasped around a bead. Another pilgrim claimed he was visited by Street Cuthbert in a dream where he sat against a church wall, never quite falling asleep, just hovering between breath and blessing. That liminal space? The half-dream, half-wake feeling? It was sacred. An upright sleep amplified it. Let's dig into how dreams were interpreted. There were dream dictionaries, believe it or not. Fat manuscripts with line-by-line lists of dream symbols and their meanings. Dream of fish? Good fortune. Dream of fire? Passion or divine anger. Dream of falling? Pride. Dream of your teeth falling out? Someone close to you might die. That one hasn't changed much. But in these books, posture mattered. Dreams that came while seated were labeled as vigilant visions. Trusted more. Written down. Repeated in court, even if they seemed especially prophetic. Flatback dreams? Often dismissed. Either untrustworthy or indulgent. A dream that came while lying down like a lazy sinner was likely just night wind. Monasteries even taught their novices the difference. Somnium, a regular dream, often nonsense. Visio, a vision, likely divine. Oraculum, a dream with speech, often prophetic. Insomnium, a dream from indigestion or poor posture. Guess which one you got if you fell asleep sideways on a pile of turnips? Yep, insomnium. No one was listening to that. But dreams weren't always taken as literal messages. Sometimes, they were seen as tests. Could you tell the holy from the unholy? Did you follow what the dream told you to do? Or did you ignore it and wake to find a chicken missing and your luck suddenly foul? People told dream stories at breakfast like we swap memes. A merchant might say, I dreamt of a black dog and my brother's face, and now I won't travel today. A woman might weep softly over her barley because she dreamt of her late husband in a distant field, calling her by name. That meant something. Maybe death? Maybe peace. Historians still argue about whether this dream reverence was deeply held or just folk superstition. But what's clear is that people let dreams guide them, at least sometimes. The church warned against over-reliance, sure, but also taught that Joseph saved Mary and baby Jesus because of a dream. So, dreams were clearly capable of divine scheduling. Now here's a wonderfully weird tidbit: people sometimes crafted their dreams. Literally. Before bed, you might eat certain foods, like honey or almonds, to open the spirit. You might sleep with a saint's relic nearby, or face a particular direction to encourage visions. And, of course, you'd sit up straight, head tilted slightly to the side, the dream posture. One folk belief claimed that sitting upright and keeping your mouth closed during sleep helped your dream soul leave through your nose and return safely. If your mouth hung open, your soul might escape and not come back. Let's hope no one snored. Dreams were even shared communally. Some families recorded them in small notebooks or parchment slips tucked into prayer books. A dream seen by one family member might be taken as a message for the whole household. In one instance, a servant's dream about wolves entering the village caused an entire town to delay their livestock sale by 2 days. Superstition? Maybe. But the wolves did arrive eventually. And of course, nightmares were a whole separate category. People believed some dreams came straight from demons, meant to frighten, seduce, or confuse. If you dreamt of being chased, tempted, or drowning, you'd be told to pray immediately upon waking. Sit upright if you weren't already, cross yourself, and repeat the Pater Noster. No one wanted to carry dream evil into the daylight. There were also the dream healers, usually elderly women or cunning folk who knew the old interpretations. You tell them your dream, and they'd brew you a tea, or hand you a charm, or whisper an old phrase to reset your fate. And again, they'd always ask, "How did you sleep? Sitting or sprawled?" Because posture colored the meaning. Every dream was tinted by the way you carried yourself in sleep. Upright? That meant you were open to truth. Flat? Well, you might need another charm. So as you sit there now, drifting, waiting, somewhere between the last breath of second sleep and the first echo of morning, you feel it. The fluttering wings of a dream approaching. Not quite a vision. Not quite a story. But maybe something important. Something shaped by how you hold your body, still, upright, anchored. Because in the 1300s, to sit upright while dreaming was to keep your soul aimed toward the sky. And whatever messages waited there, you were ready to receive them. There's a soft blue in the air now, not full daylight, but the kind that tells you the moon has finally given up and the sun is negotiating a comeback. Your back is stiff. Your legs are pins and needles wrapped in wool. You shift just slightly and exhale through your nose. You've done it again. Another night sitting upright. Not just surviving it, living through it. And here comes the reward, the waking. Because in the 1300s, how you woke up mattered almost as much as how you fell asleep. This wasn't the age of snooze buttons and phone alarms. It was the age of roosters, bells, babies, and blunt sunlight through a gap in the shutters. And rising from an upright sleep posture? That gave you a kind of grace. You didn't flop awake in a tangle of limbs and confusion. You didn't wrench yourself out of a dream swamp. You woke gently, gradually, already halfway up, already in your body, with your soul more or less intact. Let's look at how waking unfolded in the 1300s. First, you heard things before you saw them. The slow creak of wood. The low cough of someone else in the room. The shuffle of straw as a child stirred. Maybe the faint clank of a pot or the clucking of a particularly eager chicken. No alarms. No urgency. Just the sound of the world resuming itself. And you? You were sitting upright, head slightly bowed, as if in prayer, even if your dreams were nonsense and your pillow smelled like onions. You looked peaceful. Holy, even. The kind of wakefulness that doesn't demand anything yet. Just awareness. This posture also allowed for what many medieval people called soft rising. A deliberate transition from sleep to movement. You'd stretch your shoulders a little. Crack your neck. Press your hands against your thighs and feel the weight of them. You'd blink into the light, but not fight it. It wasn't dramatic. It was ritual. Because in a world where every day was a gamble of health, weather, survival, waking up at all was a gift. And that gift had to be acknowledged. Most people began the day with a short prayer of thanks. Not whispered. Not showy. Just a small phrase, mumbled, maybe, through cracked lips and a dry throat. God be thanked for my rising. May my hands do no harm. May my mouth speak no lies. May my feet walk in mercy. Then came the blessing of the bed, yes, again. Just a hand brushing the place you'd slept. A cross drawn with a fingertip. A nod of thanks for the night's protection. Even if your shoulder hurt and your straw mattress had somehow turned itself inside out. Now, if you lived in a town or village, your waking was probably synced to the church bell. The morning bell was a gentle summons, not just to worship, but to life. It told bakers to fire the ovens, herdsmen to check the fields, and you, yes, you, to rise and move. And if you lived in a religious house, the bell wasn't just your alarm. It was your heartbeat. Monks and nuns woke at the bell for matins, then again for lauds, then again for prime. Their entire day was punctuated by these sonic nudges, pulling them from dreams into psalms over and over again. The upright posture helped here too. There was no flailing for balance, no searching for shoes in a panic. You were already on the edge of motion. A breath, a thought, a prayer, and you were on your feet. And here's a beautiful, quirky bit. Many people, especially women, woke with a song. Not a full aria. Not even a melody, really. Just a tuneless hum. A murmur. A little sound to get the voice moving. It might be a line from a psalm, or a snatch of a harvest chant, or even the syllables of your child's name. Sound carried meaning, and starting the day with it was seen as a way to bless your breath. There are even recorded superstitions that if the first sound you made upon waking was a curse, your whole day would sour. But if you hummed, or said something kind, your day would lean in your favor. You also checked your surroundings. If you'd been sleeping alone, a rarity, you looked for the things left out for you, your shoes, your water, maybe a bit of cloth soaked in lavender to rub on your temples. If you'd been sleeping with others, likely you checked their faces. Were they still asleep? Still upright? Breathing well? Yes, in the 1300s, part of waking up was checking who else had made it through the night. It sounds morbid now, but it was matter-of-fact then. People passed in their sleep all the time. Quietly. Especially in winter. Especially during plague years. The first thing many people did upon waking, before prayer, before food, was to look for movement in the bodies beside them. A twitch of fingers. The flutter of an eyelid. A groan. Anything. That sigh of relief when someone moved. That was part of the ritual too. Even the order in which people woke up had meaning. Elders were expected to rise first. Then parents. Then children. The youngest were often the last awake unless they were babies, in which case they were the alarm system. But if someone older slept past everyone else, that could be a sign of illness or worse. And what if someone woke from a dream they believed was important? They were expected to share it. Quietly, of course, especially if others were still waking. But the early morning hours were a prime time for dream interpretation. Some families kept a dream diary near the fire pit. Just a scrap of parchment, charcoal nearby. Dreams were recorded like weather patterns. And if someone had a dream that felt divine, like a vision, they were expected to wake upright, silently, and sit in stillness for a moment longer. Letting the vision settle. Holding it like a full cup. Then, and only then, share it aloud. So here you are. Awake, or nearly. Still upright. Still swaddled in wool and quiet. And the room is changing. The edges of things are visible again. You can see your breath. the pot near the fire, the edge of someone's foot. Your world is returning. And you? You don't leap out of bed like a startled deer. You unfold. You rise. You nod to the morning as if to say, we meet again. Because in the 1300s, waking up wasn't just the end of sleep. It was a ritual resurrection. The light is pale but definite now, creeping through cracks in the shutters, dusting the air with that cool grey glow that only comes before sunrise truly commits. You sit there still, wrapped in your blanket like a breakfast burrito, blinking into the slow unfurling of morning. And now, with sleep behind you and the day ahead, there's one more thing you must do. Tidy your sleeping place. Because in the 1300s, how you left your bed was nearly as important as how you entered it. You see, sleep wasn't a messy accident, it was a deliberate act, framed by routine, observed by others, and tied to both health and spiritual discipline. So, naturally, leaving the bed had rules, too. You begin by rising, slowly, of course. If your knees creak, join the club. If your back feels like it was replaced with a rack wheel during the night, congratulations, you are either a peasant, a priest, or over 30. The first task? Shake out the bedding. Not just because it's wrinkled. You shake it to dislodge spirits. Yep. The prevailing belief was that any evil, or restlessness, or sickness, or even stray dreams, lingering in the cloth needed to be tossed out immediately. Otherwise, you risked it clinging to your body or to the next person who used the space. You'd lift your blanket high, give it 2 or 3 brisk flaps, whumph, 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 and let any invisible nastiness be carried off by the morning air. That's why windows and shutters were often cracked open in the early hours, not for ventilation, but exorcism by breeze. After that, you'd smooth the straw beneath you, if that's what you slept on, patting it flat or shifting it with your hands to even out the lumps. No, it didn't make it comfier. But it showed you were orderly. Disciplined. Someone who didn't just roll out of bed and charge into the day with hay in their hair and a demon in their pillow. If you slept on a wooden board with a wool pad, common in many homes, you'd fold the pad in half and lean it against the wall to air out. If you were really lucky and had a feather mattress, which, let's be real, only the wealthy did, you'd fluff it delicately. One does not punch a goose mattress. Then came the folding of the blanket. There was no duvet. No fitted sheet. Just a heavy woolen covering, often shared, and it had to be folded just so. Not creased, not twisted. Folded neatly and placed either on a stool at the end of the bed or back into a chest. Why? Because people used the same blankets for years. Sometimes generations. And if you wore them out early, you'd be sleeping under an old smock or a pile of anxiety. Now, if you were in a monastic setting or staying in a guest house, the expectations were even stricter. Monks, for example, had to leave their sleeping place as if it had never been touched. Like a bed made for a saint. Quiet. Minimal. A holy absence. And in homes with guests or servants, sleep spots were ranked and watched. You didn't want to be the person whose corner looked like it hosted a small medieval tornado. Here's a delightful quirk: bed inspections. In some noble homes, a steward or head servant would inspect sleeping quarters after everyone rose, checking to see if bedding was aired, blankets folded, shoes placed correctly. This wasn't just snobbery. It was a way to track behavior. Messy bedding equals messy character. Crumbled rushes equals crumbled virtue. Clean sleeping space? That said something about your soul. Historians still discuss whether this daily tidiness stemmed from religious doctrine or just the necessity of cramped living, but either way, it mattered. Especially because beds were public. Yes, even the rich shared their beds. Not always in the same way the poor did, but guests, servants, and even traveling clergy often shared beds with their hosts. Sometimes out of necessity. Sometimes out of hospitality. Sometimes, let's be honest, because the house was freezing and two bodies are warmer than one. This made bed tidying a social contract. You weren't just preparing your sleep space for yourself, you were preparing it for someone else. Some even left tokens behind, a fresh sprig of herbs, a folded kerchief, a bead from their rosary. Not as gifts, but as proof of care. A message: I treated this place with dignity. You can trust me. And here's a curious bit: people believed that leaving your bed unmade could cause bad luck. That it trapped the night inside and brought unrest into the day. A tangled bed was seen as spiritually contagious, especially during times of plague, war, or famine. An unmade bed could jinx an entire household. This belief shows up in everything from rural folk sayings to noble house manuals. One proverb goes, "He who leaves the bed as he found the grave, brings sorrow before the bell." Translation: make your bed, or death gets ideas. Even children were taught to do it. Not with perfection, of course, just enough to signal they understood the gesture. A folded corner. A swept patch of straw. A blanket dragged into something that looked vaguely rectangular. And let's not forget those who didn't sleep in beds at all. Some people slept on benches, cloaks, hay, or even sitting up on stools. They still followed the ritual. Still folded their cloak. Still brushed the spot clean. Still offered a small morning nod to the place they'd just dreamed in. Because in this world, sleep left a trace. And your responsibility was to erase it with respect. So as you shake out your blanket, rub your arms, and blink your way into the day, remember this. You're not just tidying up. You're clearing the stage. Making room for daylight. For breath. For new decisions. For breakfast, hopefully. You're saying to the bed, "Thank you for holding me. I'll take it from here." The shutters creak open now, not wide, but just enough to let the real light in. Gold, finally. Thin streaks of it across the floor. You rub your eyes, but gently, because you've been upright for hours and your neck already feels like it's been negotiating peace with a pile of rocks. And yet, there's a strange peace in you. Because you didn't just sleep. You completed the cycle. And that, in the 1300s, meant something. More than rest. More than escape. You had stepped through the full ritual of night and emerged on the other side ritually clean. And now? It's time to use that rested body. Because while the upright posture of sleep served your soul and your safety, it also served something much more basic, your bones. Let's talk about the body mechanics of this odd position. Modern people think of sleep as something deeply horizontal, memory foam, ergonomic pillows, starfish poses. But in the 1300s, people didn't expect sleep to be luxurious. They expected it to be functional. And sometimes, sitting up was better for the job. Especially if your body was a battlefield of survival. The average medieval worker, whether farmer, tanner, fletcher, or stonemason, had a spine that had seen things. Things like hauling stones, turning grindstones, digging latrines in frozen ground. Their backs were knotted, their shoulders hunched, and their legs more sinew than flesh. Lying flat at the end of the day? Not as relaxing as it sounds. Some people found they couldn't lie down without pain. Backaches, hip stiffness, respiratory issues, even indigestion from hearty peasant stews eaten too late, these all made the reclined posture less restful than it seems to us now. So they did what their bodies told them to do. They propped themselves up. With bolsters. with pillows made of cloth sacks filled with barley, with wooden wedges carved to hold the neck at a tilt. These weren't soft, but they worked. They made it easier to breathe, easier to digest, and easier to wake up without groaning like a possessed barn door. And it wasn't just peasants. Elders, in particular, preferred upright sleeping. Arthritis didn't like lying flat. Nor did lung problems, which were rampant in winter. Many older people described sitting sleep as holy sleep, both because it reminded them of saints, and because it didn't hurt as much. In one rural manuscript, a midwife records telling a mother-in-law to sleep sitting, and your knees will not betray you. Another priest notes in his diary that he began upright sleeping at age 41, after developing the gurgle of ghosts in his chest, a lovely medieval euphemism for bronchitis, probably. And there's a great little fringe theory some scholars discuss, that upright sleeping helped with circulation, particularly in colder climates where lying still for too long caused limb numbness or even mild frostbite. By sitting up, bundled tight, knees bent, arms crossed, your core warmth stayed centered. Blood flowed better. You woke up with feeling in your toes. A luxury. There were also practical ergonomic hacks. People used tightly rolled cloaks as lumbar support. Some leaned against wall posts padded with straw. Others slept in corner nooks designed specifically for upright rest, sitting beds. They were sometimes called, though bed is generous. Think more like a prayer pew with aspirations. And in certain places, like parts of northern Europe, there's evidence of built-in alcove beds that required an upright posture due to size constraints. These weren't accidents. They were designed for the way people actually slept, compact, seated, swaddled. Even furniture reflected this. High-backed chairs with curved wood supports. Stools with crossbars for footrests. Benches against hearths. All subtly built to hold a body at rest without requiring it to sprawl. And here's where it gets surprisingly modern. Some of the health benefits people hope to get from upright sleep actually make sense. Respiratory issues like asthma, COPD, and postnasal drip, though they didn't use those terms, really do improve when you're elevated. Stomach acid stays where it's supposed to. Snoring often lessens. It's not foolproof science, but it tracks. That's probably why some medieval physicians recommended upright sleep for the ill. You'd sit propped in bed, head tilted back slightly, knees up. They even had a word for the posture in some places, resting in humility. Part spiritual, part anatomical. Historians still argue about whether this kind of sleep was default or adaptive, meaning, did people sleep upright out of tradition, or just because they didn't have better options? The answer, of course, is both. It was cultural. It was religious. And it was physical. Because your body in the 1300s wasn't pampered. It wasn't gym-toned. It wasn't acupunctured or yoga stretched. It was a tool. And sleep had to serve that tool. So if sitting up meant waking without a stabbing pain in your ribs or a bucket's worth of lung butter in the morning, you sat up. One final detail? People trained themselves to do this. Parents taught children how to sit up straight before bed. Elders gave tips. Don't let your head fall back. Wrap the blanket twice at the knees. Keep your feet together or they'll argue all night. There's even a charming little rhyme from a Flemish folk tale. A stooped man sleeps flat and wakes bent. A tall man sleeps upright and greets the day straight. Silly, sure. But it stuck. And maybe there's something to it. So tonight, as you think back on how your body has folded and unfolded through the night, you realize this posture wasn't just about fear, or religion, or ritual. It was about function. You weren't posing for a saint's portrait. You were just trying to wake up in one piece. And when the day finally calls your name across the yard, or from the fields, or from the pantry where someone's already burned the porridge, you'll rise with joints that still sort of work. Because you slept like your body knew how to survive. The house is fully awake now, though awake is a generous word. It's more like the collective groan of every wooden joint and aching back announcing, yes, we survived again. You stretch slowly, shifting the weight off your hips, feeling the day tugging at your ankles like a sleepy dog wanting to go out. And now that you're standing, creaking, upright in the literal sense, there's one more piece of the puzzle to consider. One last influence shaping why people, including you, spent the night sleeping upright like a monk trapped in a wardrobe. Let's talk about something unexpectedly noisy. The architecture of sleep. Because believe it or not, the buildings you lived in had a lot to say about how you slept. They didn't whisper it. They echoed it. Literally. Start with the basics. Most homes in the 1300s weren't cozy little nests of quiet and privacy. They were acoustic nightmares. Thin walls, open rafters, shared spaces. No insulation. No doors between rooms, just a curtain or maybe a partial wooden divider if you were lucky. Everything you did? Heard. Every turn, snort, fart, or murmured prayer. Heard. So why does this matter? Because in an environment that was always half listening, people adapted their sleep posture to be less disruptive. Sitting upright kept you quieter. You didn't shift and roll and creak every floorboard like a dying pirate ship. You weren't gasping or snoring as much. And more importantly, you could wake silently if needed, without causing the kind of full-body flail that startled everyone from the dog to the sleeping baby in the corner. In a way, upright sleep was a kind of communal courtesy. You weren't just managing your comfort, you were managing your presence in the shared acoustical soup of a medieval house. And then there's the fire. Yes, our ever-present, ever-fickle friend, the hearth. The hearth was the literal and symbolic heart of the house. It provided warmth, light, cooking, and even sometimes minor protection from things that go bump. And many people? They slept near it. Sometimes on benches. Sometimes on the floor. Often on low stools or chests wrapped in blankets. The goal was to stay close enough to not freeze, but far enough to not become flammable. Upright sleep was perfect for this. Because if you're seated, with your cloak wrapped and your feet drawn in, you can sleep right beside the fire without rolling into it like some medieval marshmallow. And you can wake and stoke the embers without doing gymnastics across your bedmates. Which brings us to space. Medieval homes were small. Often one-room cottages, especially in rural areas. And the sleeping arrangement looked more like a cozy hostage situation than a slumber party. You didn't have a bedroom. You had a spot, somewhere between the wall and the goat. Sleeping upright took less room. You didn't need to lie down, stretch out, or compete for the good corner. You just needed a stool, or a wall to lean on, or a wide enough bench. In some cases, families even built multi-tiered sleeping benches, almost like bunk beds for adults, except narrower, upright, and more claustrophobic than a monk's confession booth. The seated sleeper? They could squeeze into any nook, sleep without disturbing others, and rise early without stepping on someone's face. It was the spatial equivalent of being polite. And in larger homes? Like manor houses or castles? Well, privacy still wasn't a given. Servants often slept in the same room as their employers, or just outside the door, curled in cloaks, waiting for orders. Guests bunked together. Courtiers crashed wherever space allowed. Even noble ladies had handmaidens dozing at the foot of their canopied beds. In that setting, upright sleep was often a mark of decorum. The idea was you were on pause, not off duty. You could wake at a moment's notice and respond. Rise gracefully. Be ready to assist or escape, depending on the mood of the Lord that day. Architecture also shaped sleep by shaping temperature. Let's be honest, these buildings were cold. Stone walls, drafty beams, gaps in the shutters. If you slept lying down near the outer wall, you risked waking up with your teeth frozen to your tongue. So people Saturday. And they clustered. Families would often sleep huddled around the hearth, knees to knees, backs to the wall, layered in wool, cloaks, sometimes even spare sacks stuffed with hay. This wasn't charming. It was basic thermodynamics. Upright sleep allowed for more compact groupings. Like nesting dolls. Warmth was shared upward, inward, and outward. A family could sleep in a semicircle, shoulders touching, upright, quiet, semi-alert, and mostly warm. And what about city homes? In towns and cities, housing was more vertical, multi-story, tight corridors, creaking stairs. If you were lucky, you had a rented room. If not, you might be sleeping in an apartment above a tavern, or in a corner of a workshop, or near the city wall. That meant constant noise, strangers nearby, and very little personal space. You didn't want to lie down. That made you vulnerable. But sitting up? Wrapped in your cloak, your head down, your feet tucked beneath you? You were ready. To wake. To react. To blend in if needed. Urban dwellers, especially those lower on the ladder, used upright sleep to stay inconspicuous in every way. In fact, in some inns and lodgings, the bed you paid for was literally a sitting space. A bench, a stool, or even just a space on a shelf-like sleeping gallery above the main floor. You'd sit, tuck your bag between your knees, wrap up, and sleep. That was the deal. There's even record of guild houses offering half-sleep rights to apprentices, where two young men shared the same upright bench, one sleeping while the other watched the fire or prepared morning stock. After a few hours, they'd switch. It was brutal. It was functional. And it was all dictated by architecture. Historians argue whether this physical space restriction led to upright sleeping, or whether upright sleeping led builders to design homes this way. But in truth, it's a feedback loop. The spaces shaped the posture. And the posture made the most of the space. So tonight, or tomorrow, when you look around your cozy, cushioned bedroom, with its actual walls and doors and maybe even memory foam, take a moment to picture this. A fire still crackling in a stone hearth. A crooked bench by the wall. A family folded into themselves like layered bread loaves. And you, in the corner. Sitting up. Wrapped tight. Listening to the house breathe. Because where you slept in the 1300s didn't just influence your rest. It dictated your posture. And your posture? That dictated how safe, warm, and human you could be. Outside, the chickens are doing their chaotic little morning concert. Someone drops a pail. There's a door that groans open with the reluctance of a teenager in winter. The day is in full swing, and you're still here, in the afterglow of upright sleep, your blanket folded, your breath steady. And now we enter a different kind of territory. Not what you did during sleep, but what it said about you. Because in the 1300s, posture wasn't just a medical issue or a spiritual preference. It was a class signal. Yes, that same sleep position that kept you warm, healthy, and protected from demons also said a great deal about your place in the world. Let's start at the top, the nobility. The kings and queens, the dukes and duchesses, the land-rich and war-rich. They slept, surprise, in beds. Real ones. Four-poster, curtain-draped, embroidered fabric, peacock feather-draped monstrosities. Often, they slept half upright, not because they feared spirits or suffered indigestion, though they probably did both, but because it was fashionable. Posture, in noble circles, was symbolic. Sleeping while seated or half-reclined showed a kind of perpetual readiness, a message that even in rest, the noble was dignified, poised, practically halfway into a portrait. Sleeping flat on your back, arms and legs all over the place. That was peasant behavior. Undisciplined. Unrefined. And a little too close to corpse-like, if we're being honest. Even noble bed accessories reinforced this. Bolsters. Sloped cushions. Prop pillows embroidered with saints and family crests. You weren't just resting, you were performing status. In fact, there are actual etiquette manuals from the time that mention how one should appear during sleep if guests or servants are present. The goal? Always maintain an image of grace, even unconscious. Now move one rung down, the clergy and monastics. They didn't care for peacock beds. They had their own version of upright sleep, one layered with theology and self-denial. Sitting on wooden benches in shared dormitories. Using stone or wood for a pillow. Wrapping themselves tightly in scratchy wool robes as a reminder that comfort was a luxury for sinners. They weren't just sitting upright, they were disciplining their bodies to prepare for divine visions. Or at least, to avoid falling asleep mid-prayer and getting scolded by Brother Bernard for the third time that week. And again, posture mattered. Sleeping bolt upright in a chair, hands folded over the chest. Seen as monastic excellence. Slumping sideways. A spiritual backslide. And yes, they watched. They always watched. Then came the working class. The butchers, bakers, cobblers, coopers, tanners, and tailors. Their sleep was less about image and more about necessity. They sat because there wasn't space to lie down. They leaned against one another because the bed was a shared thing, if it even existed. They used cloaks and sacks and one another's shoulders. Sleeping upright here wasn't just functional. It was economic. And yet, here's the interesting twist, they often slept in ways similar to their social betters. Maybe not with goosefeather pillows and carved bed frames, but with posture that conveyed discipline. That middle-of-the-night shoulder tuck? That humble forward tilt of the head? It was aspirational. Even if you were exhausted, you still wanted to look like you were sleeping properly. Because appearance mattered. Reputation mattered. You might be a humble basket weaver, but if you kept your sleeping posture noble, you might be mistaken for someone of worth. Now let's visit the lower strata. The transient workers. The very poor. The beggars. The outcasts. For many of them, upright sleep was the only option. You couldn't lie down in the town square without being arrested. You couldn't stretch out in a stable without getting kicked by a mule. So you learned to sleep sitting up, on stoops, under market stalls, wrapped in spare sacks, hood pulled low. They became masters of invisible sleeping, blending in, looking still, looking like they were just resting and not surviving. And though it wasn't posture in the decorative sense, it was still a message. It said, I am here, I am harmless, I'll be gone soon. That invisibility? It was survival. Meanwhile, among the wealthy merchant class, upright sleep had a kind of business logic to it. These were the people caught between nobility and laborous. They had more money than most, but still remembered sleeping in lofts as children. So they chose upright sleep for health, or for respectability, or because their doctors told them that lying flat encouraged phlegm. Which, in medieval logic, was pretty much the devil's mucus. And there's a delightful fringe example, pilgrims. They walked hundreds of miles across Europe, on foot, through sleet, snow, blisters, and bad pies. And when night came, they didn't have beds. They had cloaks. They had porridge. They had sore legs. So they slept upright, on benches, in shrines, on church porches, leaning on each other like human dominoes. But here's what's beautiful: even these upright, exhausted sleepers would sometimes arrange themselves carefully, folding arms, tucking heads, using their staffs to prop their chins. Not because it was comfortable, but because it was devout. In artwork of the time, you'll sometimes see these pilgrims dozing off beside a cathedral, upright and solemn, as if they were waiting for a dream to be delivered. And maybe they were. So yes, sleeping upright was universal. But the reason behind it? That changed depending on who you were. For nobles, it was image. For monks, it was devotion. For workers, it was necessity. For beggars, it was invisibility. For pilgrims, it was faith. But for everyone, it was a message. Because in the 1300s, sleep posture wasn't just sleep posture. It was a language. One that whispered, "I am part of something. I belong here. I still carry dignity. Even in the dark. Even in the cold. Even with straw in your hair and dreams on your breath. You're out of bed now. Fully vertical. You've done the shivering morning stretch, maybe splashed your face with cold well water if you're lucky, or wiped it with a damp cloth that smells like smoke and yesterday's stew if you're not. But even though your feet are moving and your eyes are squinting into daylight, you haven't entirely left sleep behind. Because in the 1300s, sleep came with baggage. And we don't mean emotional dreams about your ex from 3 villages over. We mean the rituals of sleep that followed you into the day. Waking up wasn't just about blinking. It was about proving, through your behavior, that you'd slept properly. That you'd started the day clean, spiritually, physically, and socially. So what did that look like? Let's start with one of the first things you do: wash. Not bathe. That's different. Bathing was a whole operation involving tubs, heated water, and usually a Tuesday. No, this was ablution. A symbolic cleaning. You'd scoop a bit of water into your palm and touch your face, or dab your eyes and mouth. It wasn't really about hygiene, though it helped. It was about resetting the body after a night of spiritual vulnerability. You slept. You dreamed. You opened yourself to all sorts of invisible influences. So now, upon waking, you needed to wipe the slate. This act often came with a prayer. Something quick. Barely audible. Maybe even mumbled half asleep. Wash away the shadow of the night. Let no evil cling to my flesh or breath. Or, more commonly, just a whispered benedicite, Latin for bless you, aimed not at someone else's sneeze but at your own waking self. Then came the clothing ritual. You didn't just throw on a tunic and rush out to chase pigs. You dressed with care. Maybe not fashionably, unless you were nobility, but mindfully. Because how you presented yourself after sleep showed how well you had rested. And how well you rested, that told the world how righteous or healthy or trustworthy you were. If your belt was crooked, your hair uncombed, your eyes bloodshot, people noticed. They might ask, quietly, if you'd been plagued by visions. If you had slept poorly. If you'd been drinking. Or worse. On the other hand, if you looked composed and peaceful, it meant you had slept like a holy person, upright, still, untouched by sin or supper-induced nightmares. And let's talk about breakfast. Breakfast wasn't always a big meal in the 1300s. It was often just bread. maybe some beer or ale. But it was eaten intentionally, especially if you'd slept in a pious posture. There was this idea that a good night's sleep made your first food more sacred. In some homes, people blessed their bread before eating it, not just because they were grateful, but because they believed that sleep had spiritually opened their body, and food had to seal it shut again. One record from a Yorkshire household mentions a child being scolded for eating bread before washing or praying. He had not yet closed his sleep, the father wrote. Which sounds a little ominous, but was really about completing the ritual. Now, what if your sleep had been troubled? Maybe you had a dream. Or maybe you woke up with the kind of heaviness that felt like something had pressed itself into your chest while you slept. People called it the tamed, or the pressing spirit. You didn't just shake it off. You addressed it. That meant telling someone, usually. Sharing the dream. Describing the feeling. Having someone, often the eldest woman in the household, spit over their left shoulder, mutter a charm, or press a cold cloth to your forehead while whispering protective words. There's even a tradition where, if your dream was especially disturbing, you had to step outside, turn in a slow circle, and say, "What was seen in sleep, stay in sleep. Follow not my feet. Haunt not my tongue." And no, you didn't want to mess that up. Because sleep was considered a liminal space, a borderland. And if something crossed over with you, it might stick around. Historians still argue whether people believed this literally or metaphorically. Was it about spiritual safety, or just a way of expressing lingering dread? Either way, the ritual existed. People did it. And they remembered who didn't. Even in the marketplace, your sleep reputation could follow you. Did you see how he stumbled this morning? She's been waking with the devil's weight. He sleeps too soundly for a man with clean hands. Those weren't just jokes. They were hints. Warnings. Suggestions that someone might not be as upright as they appeared. Because posture, dreams, and morning rituals all blended into one thing, character. And character? That was your currency. One merchant was known for sleeping sitting and still, like a statue. His customers called him the Rock. They trusted him more. Another was said to mutter and twitch in sleep, and was known for short-changing women in the bakery. Coincidence? Maybe. But no one thought so. And if you lived in a religious house, your post-sleep behavior was meticulously monitored. A novice who woke late or looked flustered might be denied communion that day. A monk who admitted to dreaming of worldly things, like food or horses or women, might be assigned extra labor. Because dreams, like posture, were moral smoke signals. You had to know how to read them. Even public rituals reinforced the role of sleep. At certain feast days, people would reenact visions that came to those who slept upright. Saints who were visited in dreams while seated. Prophets who received knowledge not in fevered trances, but in quiet, upright rest. So your morning wasn't just about readiness. It was about witness. You were testifying, in how you moved, in how you dressed, in how you ate and spoke, that you had passed through the night cleanly. That you had not been tempted, disturbed, or overtaken. That you had entered the night with discipline. And returned with dignity. So now, as the sun finally stretches across the floorboards and someone calls for you from the doorway, you take one last glance at the place where you sat and slept. Still neat. Still waiting. Like a little chapel that held your dreams and returned you whole. And as you walk into the day, people will see it in you. You slept upright. And now, you stand upright. The day has now taken you fully. You've stepped out of the hushed world of sleep and into the noisy rhythm of daylight, hooves clop past your door, a neighbor yells at her pig, someone's hammering in the distance like they're building an ark on a deadline. And you, oh well, you've made it through another night sitting up like a saint with sciatica. But before you march too far into chores and chatter, let's pause and look at something that's harder to see, even in full sunlight. How upright sleep shaped the medieval mind. Because in the 1300s, sleep wasn't just for survival. It wasn't even just for dreaming or demon dodging or joint preservation. It was a practice that formed identity. A small, nightly act that echoed into your beliefs, your fears, and your sense of who you were in the world. Let's start with something quiet: humility. Sleeping upright, by its very nature, mimicked a posture of reverence. Folded hands. Head bowed. Shoulders forward. The body in a position not of indulgence, but of submission. To what? That depended on who you were. To God, if you were devout. To fate, if you were cautious. To the rhythms of the world, if you were just trying to get through the week without dying of damp socks and plague. This sleeping posture reminded you, every single night, that you were small. That you weren't owed comfort. That even rest had to be earned and managed. You didn't sprawl like royalty. You perched, like someone grateful just to be indoors and alive. And that posture seeped into your waking personality. People valued stillness, self-control, modesty of movement. A person who sat upright while sleeping was assumed to be disciplined in other areas, too: speech, appetite, temper. You weren't just managing your dreams. You were training your soul. There's a record from a Dominican friar who wrote, "As one sleeps, so they live. The crooked sleeper steals. The still sleeper prays. And the dreamless one dies daily." Dark? Sure. But it shows how much was read into sleep behavior. Then there's the matter of respectability. Even among the working class, upright sleeping was connected to dignity. It suggested restraint, care, cleanliness. If you could keep yourself composed in the deepest, darkest hours, you could be trusted. You could be someone who looked after livestock, who managed coin, who kept secrets. And for women, particularly, upright sleep was considered a moral indicator. A chaste sleeper, as they were called, was one who rested quietly, knees drawn in, head covered, posture unflinching. There are even tales, admittedly a bit embellished, of suitors spying on sleeping maidens to see how they slept before proposing. Yes, creepy. No, not romantic. The ones who lay flat with their mouths open? Rumored to be vain. Those who snored loudly? Gossip-prone. But the girls who slept upright and still? Pure marriage material. Go figure. Historians still argue how much of this was genuine belief versus folklore or class bias. But the cultural weight behind upright sleep is undeniable. It wasn't just something you did, it was something that said, "I belong to this society. I play my part." There's also the aspect of discipline through discomfort. In a world where indulgence was often linked with sin, choosing, or enduring, upright sleep became a kind of virtue signal. You weren't pampered. You weren't soft. You weren't lying around like some overly salted fish. You were enduring your night just as you endured your day, with effort. And there's pride in that. Ask any old farmer who preferred a stool by the hearth over a feather bed. He'd probably say something like, "A man who lies flat wakes foolish." And sure, that's nonsense, but it rhymed and it sounded wise. Even the language of sleep reflected this mentality. People didn't say, "I slept well the way we do." They said things like, "I passed the night without sin," or "My sleep was clean," or "I rested straight." Not soft. Not deep. Straight. As in aligned, proper, morally upright. There's a poetic symmetry to it. You sit upright at meals. You kneel upright in prayer. You stand upright in court. You sleep upright through the night. Your posture mirrored your place in the world. Now imagine growing up with that every day. Watching your elders tuck in tightly, praying before bed not just for rest but for self-mastery. Learning that even how your chin dropped during sleep was a reflection of your soul's leanings. You'd carry that with you into adulthood, into trade, into marriage, into grief. Which brings us to another layer, mourning. When someone died in the night, their sleeping posture became part of the story. He died sitting upright, with hands folded, meant he went with dignity. But he was found sprawled, gasping, mouth open, painted a different picture, one of fear, or unpreparedness, or even punishment. Families would sometimes rearrange a deceased loved one into a seated position before the priest arrived. Not for comfort, but for narrative control. Because how you were found said something about how you had lived and how you were to be remembered. One tale from a small priory tells of a brother who died in prayer, still upright on his stool. He was declared especially blessed. Another tells of a man who died on his back with his arms outstretched and was said to have tempted the devil with his posture. It sounds theatrical. And it was. But it shows how deeply sleep posture fed into the mythology of daily life. Even children were taught to care. To sit straight. To keep the blanket tucked just so. There were lullabies that encouraged uprightness. Sleep not like the dead below, but like the saints in candles glow. Head to chest and knees to chin. Let no shadow creep within. Charming. A little ominous. Very 1300s. And perhaps most fascinating of all? Even people who couldn't maintain upright posture, due to age, illness, or injury, often mimicked it in small ways. A pillow behind the shoulders. A rolled blanket under the knees. A sleeping cap tied tight to keep the head from rolling. These were acts of identity, quiet declarations: I still follow the path. I still belong to the order of the upright. So as you walk through the morning now, shoulders warmed by the sun and heart still humming with the echo of dreams, you're carrying more than your body forward. You're carrying the culture of your sleep. And long after you've eaten, worked, sung, and prayed, that posture will remain in you. Because sleep, in your world, isn't just a pause. It's a principle. The town square is stirring now, vendors hauling baskets, children chasing geese with questionable judgment, and you, threading through it all, blinking fully into the day. Maybe your joints still protest with every step. Maybe you've got sleep dust clinging to your eyelashes. But beneath all of it, there's a strange satisfaction humming low in your chest. You slept upright. Again. And that meant you did it right. Because in the 1300s, sleep wasn't just a private act, it was a communal ritual. And your little nighttime habit of staying upright didn't just shape you. It shaped your reputation. This is where things get delightfully social. You see, word got around in the Middle Ages. Fast. Gossip and storytelling were the Wi-Fi of the medieval village. And one of the things people loved to whisper about? How others slept. You'd think posture was personal, intimate, tucked away in the dark where no one could see. But in a world where privacy barely existed, your sleep posture was often public knowledge. Especially if you snored, or talked, or made dramatic theatrical noises in the middle of the night. Looking at you, Brother Thomas. If you lived in a family home, someone always noticed. Parents watched children. Children whispered about grandparents. Siblings nudged each other and rolled eyes when someone slept with their mouth open like a codfish. In a shared house, the gossip was even juicier. "Oh, Agnes? She rolls in her sleep like she's being roasted. I saw Jorand with his head in a bucket again. Says he sleeps better that way. That apprentice lad sleeps sitting up, arms crossed like a dead bishop. Creepy." These little sleep quirks weren't just jokes. They became part of your story. Think about it, there was no social media. No phone calls. No selfies. But people remembered how you existed at rest. How you looked in the one state where your mask slipped. That posture? It was your sleeping face. And it told stories. Among the merchant class, being known as someone who slept upright could mean you were disciplined, a person of structure and responsibility. A shopkeeper who nodded off on his stool during midwinter fasting was said to be as honest as his posture. But if you were known to sleep flat, wild, snoring, mouth agape, blanket all over the place, well, that might signal you were loose. In character. In behavior. In hygiene. Of course, some people leaned into that. Minstrels, actors, even smiths known for their strength or bellowing tempers were expected to sleep like lions, flat, sprawled, arms akimbo, dreaming of fire and songs. Upright sleep, for them, might have felt like overkill. But for others? Especially those trying to climb socially, upright sleep was a quiet power move. You'd be amazed how many young men and women were trained to sit upright during sleep just to make a good impression in shared homes or apprenticeships. It wasn't just manners. It was PR. In fact, some employers judged prospective hires by watching them sleep. It sounds insane now, but remember, shared sleeping quarters were common. So if a potential stable boy fidgeted all night, or a housemaid snored through vespers, they might not get the job. But the one who sat quietly, hands in lap, face peaceful, hired. There's even a delightful account of a wealthy widow interviewing nursemaids, insisting they each spend one night in her household first. Not to test their cleaning skills, but to observe how they slept. She claimed that a calm sleeper meant a calm presence for the child. A slouching, sighing sleeper? That one will bring spirits to the cradle. Whether you were a guest in someone's home or a new face in the guild house, people watched. They noted your posture. They judged your character by how you handled the most vulnerable hours of the day. And then there were the stories. People told bedtime tales about those who slept too well, or not enough, or strangely. One tale tells of a woman who never closed her eyes, even in sleep. Another speaks of a man who always sat bolt upright and murmured secrets from the underworld. These weren't just ghost stories, they were social warnings. You could become a legend for how you slept. Revered. Or mocked. One knight was said to sleep seated in full armor, blade in lap. A poet swore he wrote better if he napped sitting cross-legged with a candle burning. And a well-known baker was rumored to sleep standing upright in a corner, arms crossed like a chapel statue. Realistically? He probably just passed out from exhaustion while leaning on a wall. But the story stuck. Because posture in sleep became shorthand for a type of person. The upright sleeper, trustworthy, devout, prepared. The flat sleeper, indulgent, messy, maybe dangerous. The fidgety sleeper, restless in both body and soul. The silent sleeper, mysterious, possibly cursed. The snoring sleeper, blessed by demons or ale. And once people decided on your category, good luck changing it. Historians still debate whether these stereotypes held any real power, but the stories say enough. One town kept a log of recurring dreams among its inhabitants, and they included descriptions of sleep posture as part of the records. That's how seriously people took it. Your dreams, your movements, your posture while asleep, they all added up to your social face. So tonight, when you sit by the fire, wrapping your cloak just so and letting your breath slow into the rhythm of slumber, you might think you're alone. Quiet. Anonymous. But someone's probably watching. Not in a creepy way. Just taking note. And when you wake, they'll know something about you. Not what you said. Not what you did. But how you rested. Because in the 1300s, who you were during the day could be questioned. But who you were during sleep, that was considered the truth. The sun is high now, casting shadows that stretch and lean like they're reaching back into the past. You walk through the midday bustle, past the weaver's shop, the fishmonger's stall, and the cart with one too many onions, and you're beginning to notice something strange. Everyone, everywhere, is a little tired. Even though the day isn't over, there's a hush rolling in beneath the activity. The air thickens. The voices drop. And then, somewhere in the corner of a room, or the end of a bench, or beneath a bit of hanging cloth, it happens. Someone dozes off. Upright. Again. Because in the 1300s, sleep didn't just happen at night. It happened throughout the day too, especially sitting up. Let's talk about the secret world of medieval naps. First of all, forget the modern guilt-tripping about productivity. Back then, if you didn't nap at least occasionally, people assumed one of two things: you were either a saint, or you were sick. That midday dip in energy? Totally normal. Especially when your day started before dawn and involved, say, chopping wood with a blunt axe or chasing sheep that kept pretending to be clever. And most naps? They weren't horizontal. They were taken upright, just like night sleep. Because the same principles applied. No time or space to lie down. Cold ground equals stiff joints. Upright equals safer, quieter, easier to bounce back into work without a full existential crisis. Let's say you're a baker. It's noon. You've been up since 3 a.m. kneading dough in a room so hot you've invented 4 new swear words just by sweating. The loaves are cooling, the oven silent, and the stool in the corner looks like a tiny paradise. So you sit. Fold your arms. Tuck your feet. And drift. Just for 20 minutes. Maybe 30. And when you wake up, you're sharper. Calmer. Like your brain did a little laundry while you weren't watching. That was common. Napping was functional. But it also had a ritual of its own. People didn't nap accidentally. They prepared. They'd place a cloth over their lap. Tuck something behind their neck. Pull a hood low. A mini cocoon. And because upright napping was so common, people respected it. You didn't poke the napper. You didn't shout or nudge. That was considered rude. Or, worse, spiritually disruptive. There was even a belief that waking someone suddenly from a seated nap might cause them to lose a piece of their soul. Yes, really. It was said that in the middle of the day, the soul wandered. Drifted slightly outside the body during short, upright sleep. And if you pulled someone awake too fast, the soul might not find its way back in right. That's why some people woke with headaches, confusion, or a feeling of not being quite themselves. So if you had to wake a napper, you did it gently. With a word. A soft touch. Maybe even a prayer. And the fringe belief gets even weirder. Some thought visions during naps were clearer than dreams at night. Because the soul hadn't drifted far yet. You were halfway between the waking world and the spiritual one. That made seated naps a kind of channeling moment. That's why you'd find monks napping in their chairs, heads bowed like statues, hands crossed, not because they were lazy, but because they were listening, hoping for a whisper from beyond. And if they heard something, they'd write it down. Many medieval mystics, in fact, claimed to receive their visions during daytime sleep. A quick doze in the garden. A resting head in chapel pews. One even claimed that the Virgin Mary visited him while he was napping in the privy. That vision was not approved by the local bishop, but it made for a fantastic dinner conversation. So yes, napping upright wasn't a sign of weakness. It was often seen as a moment of spiritual receptivity. Even working folk saw it that way. If a craftsman dozed off mid-task, it wasn't considered slacking. It was called resting the eyes. Or, in one particularly poetic phrase, sitting with the saints. Children were taught how to nap upright too. Not every child could lie down for a nap, there wasn't space. So mothers would wrap them in shawls, seat them between their legs or beside the hearth, and let them fold forward into themselves like tiny human commas. It was common to see children nap propped on baskets, leaning against their father's shoulder while he mended tools, or curled up like cats beside the soup pot. And yes, gelders? They had mastered the upright nap. They'd nap at mid-morning, mid-afternoon, during sermons, especially during sermons. The posture of the upright napper became iconic, chin to chest, mouth slightly open, fingers crossed, breath steady. There's even art of this, woodcuts and illuminated margins showing sleepy monks or wrinkled peasants dozing while still seated, surrounded by animals or saints. One particularly delightful manuscript includes a cat curled up beside a sleeping woman and a small demon trying to tickle her feet. He fails. The nap was too powerful. Now, not every napper was subtle. Some people were epic nappers. They'd sleep upright, drool down their tunic, snore like they were summoning thunder. But even that was tolerated if you'd earned it. You worked the fields all morning? Fine, you could snore through lunch. You spent the night keeping the fire going during a childbirth? Nap in the doorway all you want. People understood. Because in this world, rest wasn't just allowed. It was necessary. Especially the quick, upright kind. And finally, there were the travelers. Pilgrims. Merchants. Messengers. These folks napped whenever and wherever they could. Under trees. On wagons. On stone steps. But always upright. They didn't have the luxury to lie down. So they perfected the micro-nap posture, cloak tucked, feet flat, head tipped forward, hands under armpits. If you could sleep like that in a crowded market and not drop your bread, you were considered a true professional. So the next time someone tells you that naps are lazy, remember this. In the 1300s, upright naps were survival. They were sacred. They were an art form. And when you woke from one, you weren't groggy. You were cleansed. As if a little window had opened inside you. Then gently closed. Until next time. Evening falls again, not with a crash but with a kind of soft unraveling. The sky bruises violet. Wood smoke coils upward in lazy ribbons. The geese stop honking like they've just discovered mortality. And you? You're back inside, belly full, eyelids starting to feel like they've been lightly sandpapered. You know what's coming. Another night. Another upright slumber. Another quiet rehearsal of the same ritual you've been doing your whole life, and that your neighbors, your parents, your grandparents did before you. But before you settle in, let's pull the curtain back a little further. Because if sleeping upright told the world something about who you were, it also told you something about where you belonged in the cosmic order. You see, in the 1300s, sleep wasn't just biological. It wasn't even just social. It was theological. People believed that the way you slept affected your soul's balance. An upright sleep? That was considered the most favorable posture for keeping your spirit where it belonged. Let's unpack that. First, remember this, people in the 14th century viewed sleep as a temporary death. A partial, reversible trip to the beyond. Your soul didn't die, it wandered. Drifted. Explored. Maybe it listened in on the angels. Maybe it dipped a toe into hell. Maybe it danced around your future or whispered to your ancestors. And because that sleep soul was so adventurous, people believed its tether to your body was fragile. So your physical posture mattered. A lot. Lying down? That looked too much like a corpse. Too relaxed. Too vulnerable. Too easy for the soul to forget its way back. Sitting upright? That was a posture of readiness. Of spiritual alertness. Of, hey, if my soul starts to wander too far, I'm still here. Watching. Some theologians of the era even wrote about soul posture, the idea that your body's shape during sleep mirrored the openness or discipline of your spirit. A slumped sleeper? Spiritually lax. A seated, composed sleeper? Spiritually fortified. And guess what posture was ascribed to saints in their visions? You guessed it. Upright. Often seated. Eyes closed, but head slightly bowed, as if in conversation with the divine. This wasn't just in text, it was in artwork. You'll find dozens of illuminations, especially in devotional books, showing prophets asleep in chairs, heads tilted, light emerging behind them like a candle being lit from within. And there's a fascinating fringe belief from parts of Germany and the Low Countries, the idea that lying flat while dreaming made you more susceptible to temptation. The devil's entry, they called it, was easiest when the spine was fully extended. So if you wanted to dream clean, free of lust, greed, or night-gnawing envy, you Saturday. You folded. You kept your knees tucked and your head low. Now, this didn't mean people expected you to be perfect in sleep. But they did expect you to try. Especially monks and other religious figures. In some orders, upright sleeping was required, not just for humility, but for guarding the soul's perimeter. Some monasteries had wooden chairs with armrests specifically shaped to hold the sleeping body upright, discouraging any slide into sin, sloth, or spinal comfort. One chronicler even joked, "The brothers do not lie down, lest their souls do likewise." And while that's hilarious, there's real gravity in it. Because for many people, upright sleep was an act of devotion. A silent vow, renewed nightly. I will not surrender fully. I will rest, but I will remain present. There was also a resurrection connection. Christian belief hinged heavily on the resurrection of the body. And many saw upright sleeping as a preview of the final rising. Lying flat? That was death. Sitting up? That was the body saying, "I'm not finished." Some even arranged themselves in sleep to mirror the pose of Christ on the cross, seated upright, arms across the chest or folded in the lap, head down. Not dramatically, not every night, but as a quiet imitation. A gesture. Like a whispered hymn your body sang without sound. And that symbolism went beyond Christianity. In some Jewish and Islamic traditions of the time, upright sleeping was linked to modesty, discipline, and purity of thought. In medieval medicine, many Islamic physicians recommended upright sleeping to balance the body's humors and reduce the chance of corrupted dreams. It's hard to say how widely these ideas crossed cultural lines, but where they did overlap, upright sleep seemed to carry a shared message. This posture was humble, awake, and safe. Not just safe from thieves, but safe from you, your own impulses, fears, wandering thoughts. It created a sort of nightly middle ground between heaven and earth. Not fully surrendered. Not fully awake. Balanced. One foot in the dream, one hand on the ladder back to the waking world. And here's something quieter, softer, almost too gentle to write down. For many people, especially the elderly, upright sleep was a way to practice dying, but slowly. Gracefully. Each night became a kind of rehearsal. Not dramatic. Not sad. Just a preparation. A gentle leaning toward what they knew was coming. And yet, they wanted to leave room to return. So they Saturday. They breathed. They slept like they were ready for anything. A sermon. A miracle. A rooster. Or just another cold, ordinary morning. So now, as you sit down again on your bench, or your stool, or your narrow bed carved into the wall like a nest made of shadows, you fold your cloak just so. You lean back, not too far. You bow your head, not too low. You breathe, not deeply, but steadily. And as the fire crackles beside you, and the rest of the house begins its quiet nighttime shuffle, you take one final thought with you. This posture is more than sleep. It is belief. That rest doesn't require full surrender. That the soul can roam and still return. That you can prepare for darkness without ever being consumed by it. So go ahead. Close your eyes. You know the way back. The wind outside whines low through the eaves, nothing dramatic, just a steady exhale, like the world is tired too. You're still upright, of course. Cloak pulled tight. Shoulders resting against the timber wall. The fire has gone from a dance to a glow, and your eyes trace the orange light flickering on beams older than your grandparents. And as you begin your nightly drift into the half-world between here and not here, something flickers behind your eyelids, dreams. Because here's the final, shimmering layer of upright sleep that few talk about, but everyone in the 1300s knew. How you slept shaped what you dreamed. And sleeping upright? That wasn't just about safety, space, or posture. It was believed to produce better dreams, cleaner dreams, more trustworthy dreams. Dreams that could reveal, not mislead. Let's start with the obvious. When you're seated, shoulders drawn in, head bowed slightly, your breathing stays even, your body doesn't fully release. And because you don't plunge as deeply into unconsciousness, your dreams stay closer to the surface. They're clearer. More vivid. Easier to remember. Medieval people called these half dreams. Some even called them twilight messages. Visions that came not from the depths of the night, but from its edge, delicate, fleeting, like parchment left near a fire. And many believed these dreams had meaning. That's why they wrote them down. Or recited them. Or shared them with their priest, their midwife, their neighbors at the well. Some kept what we'd now call dream journals, though they were often just scraps of parchment shoved between psalters or sewn into tunic linings. A whisper of the dream world tucked against the ribs. One fragment from a merchant's wife reads, "Sat straight by the fire. Dreamed of a white bridge with a blue rooster. Told it to my sister. She says this means safe travels. Does it? Who knows? But the act of dreaming upright and remembering made it real enough to discuss. Now, here's the fun part. Certain dreams were only believed if they came in upright sleep. If you told someone, "I dreamed lying in bed with my arms flung out and my mouth open like a fish," they might chuckle and say, "That's just your gut talking." But if you said, "I dreamt while seated, hands folded, before the embers," People listened. Upright dreams were considered more controlled, more filtered through conscious righteousness. You weren't just channeling the random stew of your subconscious, you were receiving something intentional. From God. From angels. From the dead. From the stars. It varied wildly, depending on who you asked and how much ale they'd had. Even the church got in on this. Some clerics believed upright sleep allowed for holy visitations. That saints would choose this posture to enter your dreams because it mirrored theirs. You were more spiritually open, but less chaotic. Historians still debate whether this belief was widespread or mostly confined to more mystically inclined regions, like parts of Ireland, Bavaria, or certain pockets of southern France. But the pattern appears in text after text. Dreamt seated by fire. The Virgin appeared, holding a key. While upright, saw my grandfather's face. He said, "Do not till the east and plot this spring." Whether these were actual supernatural moments or just symbolic digestion of stress, upright dreams were treated with reverence. And sometimes fear. Because not all seated dreams were pleasant. Some were warnings. A knock at the dream door. A chill. A whisper. And if you experienced that kind of dream while upright, people believed it was more than fear. It was a true message. One curious superstition? If you dreamt upright and saw a ladder, it meant an upcoming decision would define your fate. Up equals favor. Down equals doom. One blacksmith supposedly saw a burning ladder in an upright nap and sold his anvil the next day. Smart? Who knows? But his wife said the dream stopped. Even dreamless upright sleep carried meaning. Dreamed nothing, seated near the window. Heart still. Felt a hand on shoulder, but saw no face. Entries like that show a belief that even absence, the silence of dreams, was a kind of divine punctuation. A pause from the noise. A holy moment of rest. And there were others who believed the body's position within the room affected the dreams, too. Facing north? Dreams of ancestors. Facing west? Dreams of change. Sitting near the hearth? Dreams about family. Facing the door? Well, dreams about danger. So yes, upright dream etiquette was a whole thing. Even the angle of your head mattered. Too far back? You risked letting in wind spirits. Too far forward? Invite sorrow. Centered? Truth may speak. Is this all scientifically valid? No. Is it culturally powerful? Absolutely. And what makes it even richer is that dream sharing was communal. You didn't just wake up and journal silently. You told people. Over porridge. On walks. At market stalls. Dreamt last night, seated, of a dog with 2 eyes and no tail. OF. That means you're going to be asked for advice. How soon? Before supper. Be ready. People built narratives around upright dreams. Families passed them down. One child might be taught, your great-grandfather dreamed upright of a blue falcon and knew to leave before the fire. These stories became legacy. Proof that your family paid attention to the signs. That you slept properly. That you received dreams like a good Christian, or, depending on the town, like a good hedge witch. And here's a charming quirk. In some regions, upright dreams were believed to make better songs. Yes. Minstrels who claimed their lyrics came from seated dreams were thought to be truer storytellers. One ballad claims, "This tune came to me sitting by the ash, with fire low and mind high." And sure enough, it's a banger by medieval standards. So tonight, as your body starts to lean, not from fatigue but from ritual. Know this. You're entering not just sleep, but a receiving posture. The seat is your boat, the firelight, your compass, and the dreams ahead? They're yours to meet. Whether clear, cryptic, or completely bonkers, they'll come not because you begged for them, but because you sat still long enough to listen. So breathe. Sink. And if a falcon shows up with glowing eyes, take notes. Night again. The fire is a low ember now, soft as a whisper, red as a heartbeat under skin. The house has gone quiet in that very particular medieval way, not silent, just filled with gentle noises that don't ask for attention. A creak of timber. A sleeping sheep's breath just outside. Someone, somewhere, muttering through a dream. You're sitting in your usual place, back against the wall, knees up, cloak tucked. Your body remembers the ritual now. You no longer think about it. It's a dance passed from spine to memory, how to sleep upright. And as your head tilts, breath evens, thoughts begin to dissolve into that night honey softness, a final question drifts in. What happens if you don't sleep upright? What if you lie flat like a fallen knight? Or curl up like a cat under a table? What then? The 1300s had a lot to say about that. In this final turn toward the shadowy edge of the topic, let's explore the cultural consequences of not following the upright way. Because sleep, like everything in the medieval world, had a morality tale for every deviation. First, flat sleeping equals moral weakness. In many communities, lying down flat, especially in public or shared homes, was considered a little questionable. It smacked of indulgence, vanity, a disregard for discipline. You were literally surrendering to the earth. Sprawled, unready, and people noticed. One London housewife wrote in the margin of her prayer book, "My cousin sleeps stretched long each night and rises late. She dreams of apples and men." That's not a compliment. If you were seen sleeping flat when you could have sat, folks assumed something was wrong with your character, or that you were trying to appear important. Because who needed that much room? Who deserved to lie like a noble, arms wide, on a full straw mattress? There were even jokes about it. He sleeps like a king, someone might say, but wakes like a fool. And if you insisted on sleeping flat, you'd better have a reason. Illness, injury, childbirth. Anything less was considered vanity or laziness, two sins taken very seriously when half the village worked 12-hour days hauling hay uphill. Now let's take it further. In religious houses, lying down to sleep could get you punished. Monks were expected to rest upright or at least at a steep incline on wooden planks. Some abbeys used night stalls, narrow benches with small backboards, expressly designed to keep sleepers upright. Falling sideways wasn't just embarrassing. It was a breach of devotional discipline. One novice in a Benedictine monastery recorded being slapped awake with a birch twig for draping his head too low during Vespers rest. The message? Your body must reflect your intent. Don't flop if your soul means to fly. Even among travelers, sleeping flat made you vulnerable. On the road, you were fair game to theft, or worse, if you slept flat. It meant you weren't alert. That you weren't ready. Soldiers, messengers, wandering friars, even merchants all practiced upright sleep as self-preservation. You'd sit against a tree, a wall, a horse even. It wasn't romantic. It was strategy. And it created a cultural divide. Those who could afford to sleep flat, nobility, clergy with private rooms, wealthy merchants, did. They had mattresses, cushions, linen, canopies. But even they often chose upright postures, at least part of the night, to show piety or restraint. A noble might begin the evening seated at prayer, drifting to sleep upright beside a candle, then, after a servant gently intervened, transition to bed. That initial posture? Performative humility. You showed you weren't entirely lost to softness. Because if you gave in too much to flat, indulgent sleep, people whispered that you were careless, or rich beyond reason, or that you dreamed too deeply, and maybe what you saw wasn't entirely yours to see. Which brings us to another fear. Unclean dreams. People believed lying down invited a deeper level of dream exposure, like leaving your front door wide open at night. Temptation, spirits, shadow thoughts, all could slip in. That's why parents often reminded their children, dream upright, and angels will see you. Dream flat, and the wolves come sniffing. Charming, right? There was even a legend in parts of France about a woman who always slept lying flat with her feet exposed. One night, she dreamed of a forest fire, and when she woke, her bed was scorched. Moral of the story? Sleep like a lady. Sit up. Historians now suspect this may have been less about magic and more about the danger of fire proximity, but stories made the point better than lectures. Even healers paid attention to sleep posture. You visit a healer with bad dreams? Lungs? Troubled thoughts? They might ask, do you sleep flat? If so, they'd prescribe a new sleep arrangement, sitting up, closer to the hearth, with rosemary beneath your feet and lavender above your head. Posture was a diagnosis, not just a habit. So what happened if someone refused to sleep upright? Well, in extreme cases, they were labeled untrustworthy. Not dangerous. Just loose. Their body couldn't hold a boundary. Maybe their thoughts couldn't either. Some believed this led to moral slide. That a child who always lay flat to sleep would one day lie to their parents. Or that a woman who flopped sideways at dusk might gossip at dawn. It was a game of associations. Reputation built not just on deeds, but on how your body behaved when no one was looking. And even if the worst didn't happen, there was always this quiet consequence. You missed something. The seated sleeper? They might dream of a lost sibling. Hear a name in a vision. Catch a glimpse of a saint passing by in smoke. The flat sleeper? Nothing. Or worse, bad dreams that clung like wet clothes. So tonight, as your body begins to relax once more into that ancient, practiced perch, feet tucked, arms crossed, chin lowered, you know something your ancestors knew without ever writing it down. This posture isn't just for your back. It's for yourself. For your place in a world where sleeping flat was a kind of vanishing. And sitting upright? That was how you stayed present. Even in sleep. The room is a cocoon now. Shadows cling to the rafters. The fire has sighed itself out, leaving behind only that faint warmth, the kind that lives not in flame, but in stone and memory. You're seated, as always, your cloak curled around your shoulders like a second skin. Outside, nothing stirs but the occasional rustle of hay and the soft percussion of wind pressing against the shutters. And so here it is. Your final upright sleep in this long journey of seated slumber through the 1300s. Let's take one last look, not outward now, but inward. Because what sleeping upright really did, beneath the posture, the protection, the superstition, was create a habit of mindfulness. Night after night, you placed yourself in a certain shape. You controlled your limbs. You honored the boundaries of your space, your body, your soul. And over time, that shaped how you thought. When you sleep upright, you become more aware of yourself. You feel the tension in your knees, the weight of your breath, the pull of the wool against your neck. You learn, slowly, that comfort doesn't have to be luxurious. It can be earned. It can be quiet. It can be enough. People in the 1300s didn't have much, no clocks, no bedsheets with a ridiculous thread count, no white noise machines or melatonin gummies, but they had ritual. They had intention. They had stories, passed from mouth to mouth like warm bread, that said, here's how to rest without surrendering. And in a world that offered little safety, that mattered. You sat upright because it made you present. You dreamed upright because it made you listen. You woke upright because it meant you were still part of the world. Even the very end of life was framed this way. Many people chose to die upright, in chairs, propped against walls, seated among family. Because it was believed that death, when approached in that posture, was clearer, less fearful, more open to grace. It mirrored how you had lived, with dignity, with discipline, with just enough stubbornness to remind the world that even in sleep you had chosen to remain aware. Historians may still argue about whether all these meanings were literal or ritual, whether people actually believed them or just followed tradition because, well, that's what you did. But does it matter? What matters is what the posture gave. It gave a poor man the comfort of knowing he shared something with kings. It gave a widow the calm of routine after grief. It gave a pilgrim rest beneath the stars without ever fully closing her eyes. And it gave you this strange, beautiful connection to a time far away, yet somehow familiar. Because even now, in a world full of beds and mattresses and headboards, you sometimes wake up half-seated, your back against the couch, your legs drawn in, your arms crossed like a tired prophet who just needed a nap between thoughts. You may not sleep upright every night. But after tonight, you'll never see it the same way. Because now, you know. It wasn't weird. It wasn't wrong. It was intentional. A whole way of living, shaped by how people rested. So here, in the final hush, with the night draped over you like velvet and sleep tugging gently at your jaw, remember this. You sit. You breathe. You rest. Not to escape the world, but to stay in it just a little longer. Your chair is your cradle. Your posture, your prayer. Your dream, already unfolding. Let it take you. And now, as the embers glow their final red and the house settles into its slow exhale, let's leave the world of upright sleep behind. You've traveled through centuries tonight, sat beside peasants, prayed with monks, napped with merchants, and dreamt with pilgrims. You felt the scratch of wool, the chill of stone walls, the warm press of a shared shoulder. You've watched how posture shaped perception, how even rest became ritual. And now? It's your turn. Let your own breath fall into rhythm. No need to sit straight. No need to fold your arms just so. You've done enough. You've learned enough. The discipline was in the listening. So wherever you are, on a bed, a sofa, maybe just nestled into a warm corner of a room, let go, gently. The weight behind your eyes is the story closing its own covers. Your body knows the script by now. There's no need for anything else. No dreams to chase. No spirits to fear. No image to perform. Just the soft unraveling of the day. The whisper of stories well told. And the peace of knowing that sleep, any shape it takes, is a kind of kindness. Tonight, the night holds you. Not for watching. Not for judging. Just for being. So sink deeper. Let the silence bloom. Let the breath slow. Let the world fall away like a robe undone at dusk. And if you sit up as you drift, if your chin tilts gently toward your chest, well, now you know what that means. It means you are part of something older. Something gentle. Something upright. Sleep well.